Good morning. Happy Friday, TGIF. It is, excuse me, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. This is Risk Neutral Trading. It is my virtual trading journal. I start this stream at this time every trading day, and it lasts for the entire cash session until 1500. I only trade live. I only trade on a live stream. And I trade the real market, ES or MES, or the, futures trading, or sometimes the NASDAQ. So the idea of the stream here is that, is that both of the video captured on my two primary monitors provides the visuals, and then my voiceover or my narration here provides what I was thinking at the moment. So I have a complete live journal for my trading. Now, having said that, I do not trade or intend for this stream to be financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do that. And, you can lose more than you think, and past performance is not indicative of future results, and all those things you've heard before are true. Risk in futures trading is not for everybody, absolutely. And there's a disclaimer in the description here, so please read that. Now, having said that, though, what kind of a trading journal would it be if I didn't anticipate, narrate, initiate, manage, and my trades? Stupid, right? So I do so, and the purpose for that is that it's completely transparent and fully accountable. You'll notice that I don't stream just the application, but the full monitor, so you can always see at the bottom there's the session, or there's the system time to the second and the dates, and that ties back to Bookmap and IRT. These guys are going up for some particular reason. I'm not sure what, but let's get on with the. One other thing I wanted to point out here is as I said, I only trade live real time here on Bookmap, and no trades are ever taken by me off of the live stream. And therefore, it's a complete and full record. You'll never see a replay or a recording. Of course, if you watch this stream tomorrow or next week, it will be a recording, but it was recorded live and the trades are live. On Bookmap, on IRT, however, this is where I develop strategies, forward and back test them, in sample, out of sample, etc. And obviously these we're just testing are executed by the computer. They are displayed, if there's any trade, it's displayed on this chart here, which has nothing to do with the trading system other than to visualize it so that I can see what's going on. Is it happening where I think it should? And that's all done within the simulated environment of IRT, Investor RT. My charting package. So this, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to be testing a new strategy that I think might work and send it to the live market. Well, and there are those that might argue about that stupid part, but anyway. So that's where we are. Now, let's get on to the next order of business here today, which are the reports and the numbers. There are a bunch of them out today, and here are all the reports. The symposium's already been, they talked about that. Chicago PMI is coming up, top of the hour, at 9 o'clock. So was Michigan. The Michigan numbers. Now they show these PMI and FedWar speaking. They've got both of those at three stars, and that's at 9 o'clock. The Michigan numbers have the capability of moving the market for sure, but they, for some reason, always have just 2 stars by them. I don't know why. And there's let me explain a little bit about investing.com, which is my old favorite news source because I like the way it's presented, and they only deal with traditional economic calendar events, FOMC stuff, non-farm payroll, GDP, PMI, stuff we all know. That's been around for years, separate and apart from this current environment and administration. You can filter this for wherever you are, and they're free. I keep them that way so anybody can have access to the same tools. Also, we are in earnings season, but there's no earnings today, really. Friday's typically not any big deal. And we've already had the Mag 7 out, and NVIDIA reported on Wednesday. So there's that. Now, the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. For differing reasons, first they have the Squawk Box column over here, which is pretty kind of a running narrative, and it's pretty good to watch for stuff. And they have a calendar, but unlike investing.com, they do pull random, non-typical economic events into the calendar, but events which obviously have an potential risk for our market. 10 o'clock, Trump's going to speak. 11 o'clock, Trump's going to speak. I guess he, that seems a little bit over the top, but, it's not a political comment. But if you've been alive and trading these markets for the last year or two, and you haven't recognized that whenever Trump gets around a tweet or a microphone, there's a high potential of the disruption to the market. It's a fact. In today's economy, in today's trading world, our primary job as traders is to preserve our account. You cannot preserve your account unless you observe fundamental risk management. You cannot manage risk if you don't know it's coming. And so that's a potential risk, and I'm glad to know it's coming at a 10 or 11. That's going to pretty much wipe out the morning for me after 8:30. Got 8:30 to 10. And then the rest of the morning is going to be shot in the head, pretty much. So that's the way that works. And we'll see what happens. Now let's get on with the pre-market. And here we are. This is Investor RT. It is my old-fashioned news charting package. This is yesterday's RTH session. This is the full session. If you notice up here in the top of all these charts, there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. Yesterday's RTH, the overnight session so far. We are still in range. We're higher than the close, so it's going to be, I would suspect that our open type, our statistical open type will be higher in range unless they keep going for whatever reason. And though it has been ticking higher, you notice it's a pretty balanced profile. So is, compared to yesterday. And if you look back here, they sort of seem to track that way. I would suppose that we're going to probably have some responsive buying or selling at the open to take profit. It's Friday. It's a Fed, they're yucking it up in Jackson Hole. Trump's can't seem to get enough of the microphone. I suppose they're going to try to take profit and see what happens. That's my guess. But we'll just have to trade what we see and not what we think, right? So these are the micros. Am I doing everything right? Yep. Let's just get stream up here, the chat thing and whatnot. Hold on 1 minute. Okay. For some reason, this is not updating right. I don't know why. Let me do that. Okay. Now, all right. So these are the micros, micro ES, micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame chart, which I call the micro composite. I realize it sounds kind of funny, but it didn't used to be for the micros. It used to be for the straight up minis. And this is market profile, which I do not change from micro to mini, but I do change the sessions. The same exact tabs exist, or the same arrangement for the minis. Same thing. I'll trade the micros now, so let's look over there. This is the higher time frame chart, which is the place to start every day, I believe. First, you start with the news and all those potential parameters, and then you get down to the trading. So this is, as we just discussed, the micro. Daily candlesticks, 1 day chart, the daily session. What does that mean? Simple. Each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session. There's yesterday, day before, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, for this composite. These high and low volume values, which are represented by the red and green lines, they just represent the high volume nodes and the low volume nodes. Now the values for the red and green high and low volume nodes push to Bookmap, as do the session prices. Pretty simple. I try to keep everything as simple as I can. That works. Now our volume is quite low today. Yesterday was 120%. Now we're down in the 77s, and we're doing a 1.75 ATR points, ATR for a 1 minute bar. Okay, let's look at, we've only traded 129,000 contracts all night. Bookmap. First of all, this is the chart, the heat map, the whatever. I don't have all that stuff that so many Bookmap users do, all the colors and bubbles and everything. I keep it, again, very simple. You'll notice this blue line right here. That's affectionately referred to as Blue Boy. And that is a real complicated thing called a vertical line. And I plop that on the first print of each session. And you can see they go back many sessions. Forever. I don't know how long I've been doing that, actually. The purpose for that is this column right here is the active data column. This is right here, right now, live trading. You'll see the ticks and the executions going off right there. This line is the last price, not the bid ask. It's the price. It's where we really traded. So if I can look over here at the left and see Blue Boy, and I know that this is right now, there's no possible way I don't understand what the context is for the session that we're involved in. And right now it's the ETH. That's how it works. Also, the columns are from right to left, the micro composite, where I enter the high and low volume nodes from, that needs to go away there too. From the micro composite column, these are the high and low volume. The high and low volume nodes from the micro composite chart. Full session volume profile started plotting at 1700 last night, and will continue through 1600 a day, and then pick back up on Sunday, right? Because it's Friday. RTH session volume profile and delta. This is the statistics column, which is really important to me, and I would hope to everyone. And these are the session prices pushed from IRT to Bookmap. And I share these with anybody that wants them free, wants access to them. I start publishing them 1700 on Sunday evening until 1600 Friday, continuously. And just, like and subscribe and drop something in the chat that you'd like the session prices, and I'll hook you up. It is a CSV file pushed from Google Sheets, Google. I populate it up, and then Google pushes it out. So it's, I think, really safe, because it's coming down from Google, not me. And live and complete. You can plop them in a Cloud Note column. You can put them in these line indicators. You can use them in other software of choice, or if you want, just have them on an Excel sheet, whatever you want to do. Anyway, this is the next column here is the full level 2 book. These are limit orders, resting liquidity, and this is the entire book, ask and bid, and these are prices. Simple, huh? There is no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap. There are VWAP, Globex, and RTH, which you could argue is an indicator because it's calculated, volume weighted average price. There are POC for the RTH and POC, more muted yellow for the full session. None of this is complicated. POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in that session. So far, 39.5 is the price at which the most contracts have traded in this overnight session since we opened at 1700 last night. The very split second that one of these other prices trades one more contract, the yellow line is going to move there. That's it. Of course, this tracks the history so we can see where it has, how it has moved. But, you know, that's nothing complicated. This is the mid. Boy, that's hard to figure out. And then these session price lines are, the lines over here come from my IRT, and they're kind of a mix. I use them for example, we're doing GEX and gamma exposure. So I'm using those for trading levels. And remember, in the early part of this narration here, or of this pre-market, I explained that I only trade live in Bookmap on stream, never recording, never playback. But in IRT, I test strategies, okay? So if there's a strategy that's tested out and has a positive expectancy, and I want to test it in the live market, I need to have the levels and the levels, basically, that are used for that strategy over here on Bookmap so that I can more easily trade off them in the live market. And that's how these things work. I think that's as complicated as that needs to be. Let's look at the statistics now. First thing we need to do is determine the statistic open. And there's only 4 types, and there's only 2 criteria. If we open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Oop. It's higher than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? There's the high. Lows means the low's down there somewhere. So it is higher in range. So we were higher out of range yesterday. We're going to change this to higher in range today. And the reason I change the column titles every day is so selfishly, actually, when I look at the screen snap or review the stream, I don't have to figure out the open type and what was the relationship from the overnight to the RTH session. I can look right there and I know it. Gives me the data I need. Next, we're going to get rid of the statistics from yesterday, and we're going to put those in for today. Boom, bap, there we go. Now, we get the statistics from, guess what? Drum roll, the statistics tab. This is from IRT. This is the statistics study. There was yesterday, and here's today. We've just determined that. Now, the IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, and as the day progresses, as levels are revisited by price, it changes the text color from black to blue. But that only happens after 8:30 and through the trading day. We want the statistics now in the pre-market before we open. So the system looks back at the most recent 1,860 trading days. We opened higher in range 582 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.4% of those days. Overnight volume point of control 80.4. Oh, there you go. Overnight high 74.6. And I'm doing nothing here but just going down the list. Overnight high, overnight mid 74.2. Remember I said it was simple? Yeah, works for me. I'm an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not some young code monster, so, you know, I've got to do this my way. Value area high, 69.6, the previous value area high. I don't see that lurking. Oh, there we go. 64.6. And remember, these are just probabilities. You know, for example, perfect example, overnight high is 74.6. Value area high is 64.6. Well, how the hell are we going to get from the overnight volume point of control at 80 to 74 without getting through 60? Right? Going to happen. So these are just probabilities that this level will be revisited by price at some point in the upcoming RTH session from a database, a subset of 1,860 trading days, where we opened higher in range. It's basic statistics and probabilities. It's certainly not anything difficult. Previous point of control is 66.3. And that's right there. POC. And why am I putting those initials? Because remember, the minute we open, this is going to go to wherever it is up here. So will the IB high? So will the IB low? We need to put those in there. There's 67.5 is the IB high. This is from yesterday. Again, IB high. And remember that the IB high and low, though everybody talks about them, are nothing mysterious. They are just mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more complicated than that. Yeah, it's an important statistic. It's the most probable statistic that we have every day. But it's not a mystery, and it's very simply calculated. I mean, how much more simple could that be? The high and the low of the first 1 hour. No gray area, no question. Previous high is 58.2. Okay. That ought to be enough of those. Oh, the previous close. How the hell did I miss that? 68.4. That's one of the big ones. Okay, let's go with that. Now I want to do something that I do every day at 8:20 and I'm late. The TLab snap. That is, like I said, something I do every day at about 8:20. Oh, wow. That is the snap. This is why I stream too and why I do my journal this way. You see how good I am at multitasking here. Maybe not. Okay. Let's do something else here. Let's see if this works. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so that's the TLab snap. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Every day at about 8:20, I post this in there for all the people that don't have the same kind of charting and access to all these numbers. When I was active in there, I would notice that right around 8:30 at the open, Central Standard Time, remember, there'd be a whole bunch of tweets or whatever you call them in a Discord flood the thing with what was the POC and things like that. So I figured if everyone had access to all these numbers, it might help. And that's been doing it ever since. I'm not as active in there anymore as I was because I do I actually took Tom's advice, or someone, maybe Rod, to focus on my own market and narrate it rather than yucking it up in a Discord site, frankly. And so that's why I do what I'm doing now. But I feel a sense of, gratitude and camaraderie with those guys. So I post those things early in the morning. I post the reports around 6 or so. And then every day at about 8:20, I post that. That's string. So enough of that. Let's get on to by the way, Tom is a professional trader, 48 years experience. It is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. So those are important things to be aware of. And Tom certainly wouldn't. Some people will say, I did this and I did that, and make sure that you vet everything yourself, because obviously it's a Discord, so people can say anything they want to say, sort of. I'm not saying they did any malicious intent, but you know what I mean? If somebody says, I did this and I did that, you may not know all the parameters about their trading and their account, their risk management, their risk tolerance, and get yourself upside down in a big hurry. Now, with what I do, it's right here for all the world to see. So you can, watch real time. Now, the next thing that's important, I suppose you'll agree, is to be able to trade with Bookmap. And the way you do that is you activate the trade control panel. And I won't need these trade control panel tools anymore because I'm going to use multi brackets. So when I close it back again, I get the cancel and close buttons in addition to, you can turn these off or on. You don't have to have them there. I have them there because I like them and I want the real estate on my screen. Now I'm going to activate a few things over here. Let's make sure that everything's ready to rock. And now we're going to be doing the Lucid accounts. We're going to do multi-brackets. We're not going to do the, we're going to do the R20s. Aren't we? Okay, that's and then we're going to do multi-account trading. Yeah, because that's the important thing. This is how you can leverage, basically de-risk completely and leverage one of these eval things to be able to trade normal size and risk management parameters within your risk management parameters and still pay yourself a good monthly salary or monthly wage. Hey, good morning, Anton. So that's set up to go. We're going to probably open higher in range. That's no question about it. Was a quiet overnight until just recently. I'm suspecting we are overlapping value here from the overnight to the RTH session. I would imagine since we're opening gap up from close that we're probably going to have a bit of responsive selling to take some profit. By the way, Anton, Trump is going to speak at 10. What's his name? The new Fed guy is going to be delivering his remarks from Jackson Hole at 9. Trump is going to be speaking at 10, and then Trump is going to be speaking again at 11. So, magic. Magic day. According to Financial Juice. I don't know. So, mark that down on your things to do list there about going outside and forgetting about this. So we're going to open here in 2 minutes. I'm going to just let this open. Obviously, it's not a magic box day. Yeah. I did some interesting replay and expanded and everything. That yesterday was a complete and total cluster. Price was 25 ticks away from the stop when it hit, when it fired for whatever reason. Of course, the Lucid said, well, that's tough luck. We didn't have a problem anywhere else, which makes me especially scared because is multi-brackets on Bookmap screwing up? That's concerning. That is concerning. Okay, we're getting ready to rumble here now. We got less than a minute. I'll turn on. I did some change and I found out something, and we'll see how GEXMR looks on my side today, and if and then I'll show you what I did. We're live. It's doing its thing apparently. Let's see here. Yeah, 9 views already. Wow. Volume is light this morning. We've been in the, we've had over volume, $120 or something yesterday. Today we're down in the 70s. So be advised. Also. And we're going to open in 2 minutes or seconds, I'm talking about, not minutes. There we go. Well, NRT fell on its ass. Oh, this is not funny. Instant 19-second lag. We've only traded 142 contracts all night. 142,000, I'm sorry. Jesus. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? So there we go. We're up and running. I did not see similar behavior on Addis, but I think... Well, yeah, it's the first time I'm ever seen that. I have ever seen that, frankly. And as you know, I only really lean on Bookmap for execution and the layout the way I have it with the volume profiles and the session prices and stuff. I don't care about all that heat map shit and everything going on over here. So, you know, if the one thing I use it for, which is multi-bracket execution, isn't firing right, that's a big no-no. Here you go. There's price. There's my entry. Pull back. And why this is entry, how this entry can be up here and price is down here is a mystery to me. Never mind that. Here's the stop and there's price. If you want to look at it, it looks like the session price action. If this is the entry, price didn't get there until here. Okay, eyeball that distance. And that's about the same distance as if you eyeball the stop and over here. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, we've got up to go. You know, we've got upside to go over here. And all of a sudden I see this fire. So if price was actually lagging that far behind, I don't know what to say. But yeah, I guess that's it. That may be it. But all this time and the replays and stuff, I've never had any issues with it. And maybe you're right, but then that sucks, right? Completely. Anyway, here we are. And the only trades I'll be looking for today are the GEXMR. Now, let me show you what I did over here while I'm busy confusing myself. Okay. See this? These are what's going to happen here is these are going to have just plotted line, scatter, line, same thing here, same thing here. Not the ladder's not over here or any of that stuff. And where I came up with that was, I hope the hell I can find it. I bet I can't. Somebody asked how they could have that kind of a price with a green line like here, and then a scatter down, and then the next green line. How they could have that view as opposed to the ladder, and quickly the answer came from John. What's his name? How to do that, and what you do is you turn off the histories here, or the show GEX volume, show GEX that. When you get to these history deals down here, you change them from line to scatter. So we'll let this play out today for a while for me, and I'm sure you've got yours set up the normal way and the right window. God damn. Sorry. Gosh darn it. Wrong window. Start over. So here we go. Here would be the normal max positive, 0, max negative, or major negative. And rather than having that line going all over the place like this, it's going to be a scatter plot down, and then there'll be a line, a level where it holds, and then another one. And if I could show you that, the way you change it, which the guy answered in about 2 seconds, was facts, the first one, how do I classical, and this is exactly how you do it right there. And that's what it's going to look like. There'll be a level and then a drop and then a level. That's the way it's supposed to look like. And I picked it up from the Discord, just looking at it this morning as I was opening everything up. So I thought it would be an interesting view to see, and I can easily change it back, of course, to the, the question was, how can I have this view in classic? So we'll see how it looks. It may look stupid and we're not interested, but the GEX levels are not over here. The ladder, which I'm not sure I like. I think I like the ladder. Yeah, but we'll see. As a matter of fact, I'm sure I like the ladder because that's the development of those strikes is, I think, important rather than just here's these lines as support and resistance. You know what I mean? But we'll let it cook for a little bit here and see what it looks like. I'm pretty sure I like the ladder better. Yeah, you bet. Well, what the hell's going on here? Of course, the magic box would have been a lovely trade this morning. That's of course. Okay. What was I doing now? Yeah, so here's the news. Obviously, here's what I was talking about. Trump at 10, Trump at 11, and now Warsh has changed to 1400 on this one. Earlier it was 9 o'clock. I've been seeing a lot of weird behavior here. Now, yeah, see here? Now it's 9 o'clock. A minute ago it was 1400. So I'm pretty confused, which is an easy thing to do. And of course, we've got Michigan out at 9. And Warsh's speech, according to investing.com, is a 3-star event over here. Fed Governor Warsh. So Chicago PMI is out at 9, and so is, wait a minute, it's 8:30. No, 8:45, I guess. And Warsh is at the top of the hour. I'm easily confused. Now you know everything I know. Now you know all I know. Yesterday, the market on close were all sell side. Oop. Oh, I forgot to do this. Switch the sessions. Well, are we going to get some responsive selling? Doesn't look like we're getting any of it yet, does it? I did some other stuff that I'm interested to see how it works. But I'll remain quiet so I don't look like an idiot. Well, there's overnight high and pretty quick. Looks like going to be previous RTH high. We have a POC way up above there, an MCVPOC. When I look back at these kind of price action every day, I think, why didn't I do a why didn't I short that from the top or whatchamacallit? But we still have that big level of 76 of 60 up here, which has been in the book for days. You know, this thing was in the book, remember, yesterday? And it's still sitting there. And it looks like they've got taste for it. It looks to me like. Yeah, I'm going to open the GEX bot thing now and see what my new interpretation is going to look like. Scatterboy over here. And so that's what it's going to look like. And I really don't think I'm particularly crazy about that. When I saw the person asking the question, it was obviously a long time picture, and there was a nice long level and then little splatter down and then a nice long level. What it does is a scatter plot rather than the lines drawn around like we see the red and green lines. So I'm curious to see how the hell that works. But since there's no ladder, I find it a little bit disconcerting here. So we got 7802. Is that right? Positive is 70. Yeah, sure as hell. 7802. Negative is 7732, and 0 is 46. Wow. That's wow. So 47, 802, 32. I need to update IRT. 42, I think it was. And what was the other one? 47 and 32. Okay. 47 and 32. Okay. I tried to do something last night that didn't work even a little bit with my friendly AI conspirator. Okay. That's not working. Okay. I went through a big long drama deal with AI last night to set up an indicator for Bookmap that pulled from my API, from the custom API. One of the things I noticed that I discovered in that exercise, which doesn't work, is that the APIs that they have written, except for one called custom, are specific to the application. For example, there's a specific API that you have to use for ATAS, and you have to be at the right subscription level for them, according to what the AI thing said. I mean, very definitely there's there's individual APIs, but the part about the subscription thing was API was going on about. I mean, AI was going on about that, but it's in the documentation that we have with the Classic. You have access to the API. So the problem, as I said before, but for the sake of the stream, is for Bookmap, the indicator, which has been developed by GEXMR for every one of the applications, for Bookmap is $300, and then you can plop in everything and it plots out all the stuff and the API and everything else. And you use the API for Bookmap as opposed to the one I was trying to use with AI for the custom. So there you go. Got a custom jar file, and Bookmap said, "What are you trying to do?" And the error. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Pretty funny. Okay, let's see what GEXY is over here up to now. So this is what it would look like, and I don't personally think that's worth a damn. I see what the guy was person was looking for was these lines, but you know what I mean? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back the other way. You go to the gearbox, turn on the history, turn on now. Oh, well, there's the platter. There's the splatter and the ladder. Say that fast. So I guess there you can have both of them. I didn't know that. But let's see what this looks like. Scatter line. See, this gives the line. I kind of think that's better, don't you? I think that's easier to see than this thing up here. I'm going to do that for all of them. To hell with it. And go back to the original thing. You see how to do it, right? It's real easy. And it took that John guy second to respond to that guy's question. Yeah, there we go. I think I like that, the old-fashioned beauty better, I think. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we took off the zero and we're trading up, and here we are up. The wall is way up here at 804. Well, isn't that, yeah, and 802 is the high. So, and definitely, we are definitely long gamma or positive. Wait a second. Not a lot though, only 17.8. But you would look at this, it looks pretty skewed, doesn't it? For those of you who aren't new here, and there seems to be a lot of views and people, I guess, must be from the thing. It's GEXMR. This is the classic. That seems, we did a bit of studying here between those of us in the chat, Anton and Magic and me, and testing out different ones, Mentor Q and GEX A, and I have kind of landed up over here thinking this is the alternative one that I'm going to go with, and it is conveniently the cheapest also. I mean, it's not cheaper than free, but, ooh, look at the sweeperoonie. Jesus, criminy Christ. 2,298 contracts absorbed in that sweep. Or 23, is it? Wow. What the hell, Wow. Light volume is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Where am I? Okay, I'm on the right one. What happened? Who said what? Maybe this is just going to be crazy town day. 50-second lag. Jesus. If you want to believe this, there's a real flat top on the profile so far. Wow, what a sweep. How do you defend against that? Impossible. Zero gamma's down here. The positive is way above us. Way above us. Way above us. There we go. Major positive and major negative is down here, and there's zero so far. These are not automatic. These are manually put in there by moi. We're right back on zero gamma now, according to this thing. These levels I just push to the line indicator from some stuff I use in Bookmap and IRT to push these other trading levels. For anybody who's curious where they come from. This is not automatically generated by GEXBot or anybody else. I manually enter those levels right here, and then this with the data export pushes those levels to the to Bookmap, just as I do the session prices and the various percentages over here for this trading setup and whatever else. And I need to do something over here. It looks to me like. There we go. So let's see where we are here with GEX World. Yep. Okay, that's working out. Right back where I expected it to be. Pulling back on this call up here, they're reducing, they're selling them, or getting, closing them out. Here we have another one of those situations where the open interest GEX is larger than the volume. And if you want to believe the tails, they when this pulled down, no, not really. I don't know which. I guess I know which came first, the chicken or the egg. Looks to me like this was trading up here, and then when it pulled back to the zero GEX, that's when the max or major positive pulled back down, because that's something that's I have to keep aware of all the time myself. Wonder what this looks like now if I scatter plot them. Do just one. Yeah, that's how it works. It plots this line, and then it just plots. Then it does a scattery thing down to here, and then it goes on. Apparently, so you end up with these levels where they were. But this makes no sense to me. Hmm. Yeah, see, so you get this thing here. Like here was a level, and then here's the level. Here's the level, then here's the level. I don't know what happens with the 0. That, I guess. So, nothing to see here, huh? We're still working on the IB. We've got that. Oh, I know what that was. That was the release at 8:45, I guess. Now we've got something at 9. Warsh is supposed to start talking at 9. Then Trump is at 10. Jesus. Anton, if you've subscribed to GEXBot, I believe, and if you choose or decide you want to go look at what their Discord looks like, and I'd be interested to see if you get some emails from what's his name? Hold on, Jesus, John something. If you get some emails from John Kirby, or some, what do you call messages in the thing, and then he's very definitely a co-creator and whatever else. So it's not. I at first thought, who's this guy? But yeah. Here you go. If you want to see this, yeah. Here's what that scatter thing looks like. Supposed to look like. Without the, when I had it originally. Now they've made their price be white, and this is where he immediately said what to do down here. But I'd be curious if this guy sends you any messages and asks you to do stuff. He did me. And if you don't, well, never mind. Some kind of, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say. Well, the squad is barely awake. Wow. A big pop to the top and a sweeperoonie. I guess they like what Warsh cleared his throat or farted on the mic or who knows what, but somebody likes something up there. What the heck is going on? I don't even know now. Okay. Oh, Michigan came out. That's right. Michigan definitely can move the market. I don't know why they always have it only 2 stars. But there you are. And here's Warsh getting ready to talk, or is talking, or something's happening. Not to be outdone, of course. Trump's got to be all over everything. And now it's at 1,500 again and 11. I don't know what's going on with the time here. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with the time here, but this is, I've been noticing this on Financial Juice. Now watch me update this or refresh this. And now it's back at 10 o'clock and 11. I don't know how that can be. I don't understand how that can possibly happen. But I believe that it can, because I'm seeing it real time. Oh, I didn't do anything I'm supposed to do over here on my timestamps. Sorry about that. When I signed up for, I was also getting emails from them to change Discord's friend. Yeah, they, that's to prevent, I suppose, scammers or whatever. I know. But I noticed that within this, in the server, I saw somebody, hey bro, I DM'd you, whatever. So I guess you can still do it like normal between members. I guess, I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. And then a couple other email or texts that have come from that guy that are pretty interesting. Watch my live trading. I'm up $18 million. My swing account's up 2.5 million or something like that. Pretty amazing. I called him out right away. The first one that I said, "Are you a bot or is this real?" And he called back and laughed and said, "Yeah, no, I'm definitely human." Oh, Warsh must have said something they didn't like. I'm guessing. Hi, Panda. How are you this morning? Anthony doesn't come around. Okay. 1 3 minute candle. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. That big sweep was less than that. It's yeah, from one extreme of the IB to the other in something. Let's check here. What is this? 9 o'clock to 9:06. Okay. So if you're, if I were listening to myself and doing these asymmetric trades up here, wouldn't I, in the rearview mirror is so easy, I'd be a pretty happy guy. But in reality, with the, there's no way I would do that. But look at this sweep right here. Jesus Christ, they clobbered a lot of people right there. Yeah, I guess let's talk like options guys here. Expanding vol. And I'm not saying that all of that isn't really right and accurate and probably the truth about what really drives the market, but I'm making fun of it because I don't understand it very well. Vol crush and all this stuff. What options traders are doing apparently, and I understand this to a certain degree, are trading volatility. These guys right here could give a shit less whether this goes up or down. What they wanted to do is get away from here. They wanted to get away from this price and move one way or another. That's how they get in the money. So when volatility crushes, I can see why that's a bad thing for options people, because it's, you're sitting in your own crap. It's not going your way. Speaking of going your way, here we go down to, what was that? What did I do now? Nothing. Okay. I don't know whether I like this thing without those lines on it or not. I see the point. There's a level. There's the one. There was the level. Here's the one. I can sort of see why that would be interesting. I'm not sure about this thing, but I guess you could leave a line. You can leave a line on whichever one you want, obviously. So here we go. Now 61, 48, 31. I'm sure I've got my levels. My levels are all goofy because the last time I updated IRT, it was up here. So, 61. Where is it? Oh, oop. 47, 60, 30. And I can probably remember that. Wow. Okay, 47. 60. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. 47 is right. 60 is what we want over here. These are different. I have these lined up different than they are on the over on thing. Jesus. I'm sorry for all of this, but hey, if anybody's got a better way to do this, I worked all night. Well, all night. I worked till late last night with AI and stuff to come up with a way to automatically download these. I thought I had it where I was downloading them into a buffer file to upload to the indicator with this from a CSV like I do normally, and the buffer doesn't work. that my favorite AI bot built doesn't work. Major negative. ETH value very low. I don't know about that one. ETH value very low. I don't have that one. The ETH low is right here, and the Globex low, and previous close and all that other stuff. So we're ticking off these statistics like Grant took Richmond. Look at there, we popped them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Got all the statistics that I have in there. Wow. I don't have previous RTH or ETH value area low. This value area low on my charts down here is for the previous RTH session, and this developing value area high, which is completely crap, is supposed to be for this one. So, you know, Bookmap or IRT is doing something special. This ought to be up here at something of at 77.56. It ought to be right here. Why it's down here, I got no idea. Well, the washing machine is speaking. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Lazy blue boy, that sucker, he's getting out of. He's dodging work right, left, and center over here. This guy. Come on, blue boy. Sucker. You sucker, you. That's close enough. Which one of these do I have? The 24s, okay. I'd like to almost take a trade. I mean, I won't because that's, you know, not my way I do it, but I'd like to take a trade and then just stand back and see if the damn thing does all that hocus pocus like it did yesterday. And I would, I mean, I never for one moment doubted the multi-brackets was working right, or the, you know, I mean, Bookmap, Jesus, if the execution platform's not working right, that's a pretty bad deal. You know, it's like starting over, open up Jigsaw and pretend I'm a no BS trader. And I told you what that Jasper guy said, that the developer, the owner of whatever it is, of GEXBot, that he started out with all this kind of stuff on his screens and everything like everybody else does, and it's gotten down to where it's a tick chart, a grayscale tick chart, and GEX. Nothing else. And I think he said the volume profile. He watched it. I think he did say something about in one of the things I heard about volume profile. And if, if I had just were loose enough to be trading the extreme asymmetric trades, there's the short, there's the long. Aren't we happy? But it makes no sense to me to do that, because there's the price. What are you going to do now? You're going to go long? Now, perhaps this is a thing where you're getting a second lift of higher lows. Call this the ABC, and you exceed that high. There's all kinds of ways of doing that with candlestick stuff. I don't know. But boy, I'll tell you, it's so clear in the rearview mirror, and it is really Monkey Boy. Monkey Boy here gets pretty upset. For anybody that knew, Monkey Boy is my euphemism for our psychological stuff that we've inherited, through evolution. Risk avoidance, FOMO, all that stuff. Never going to get rid of it either, I don't believe. Because it's in our wiring, It's like saying you're going to change your DNA. But the only thing, the way I approach it, I don't know about Anton or Magic or anybody, but the way I approach it is I try to stay aware of my feelings. And if I feel, Monkey Boy kicking around FOMO or fear of missing out or whatever else it is, I just make sure that I don't react to it with the mouse. I don't know if anybody got another idea, but that's the way I do it. And I kind of approach it from a point of view like it's, like over trading and that kind of thing. It's like, well, I don't do a lot of things I used to do when I was a baby or a kid. So I don't do that either. Maybe that's the wrong approach. I don't know. I do know that this to there, to there, to there would have been pretty snappy. Warsha's speaking, I guess, and then 10 o'clock comes the Agent Orange, as Richard used to call him. I thought it was pretty. Inflation expectations, by and large, look stable in the midterm. Business investment is rising rapidly. Early check-ins with task force leaders. He's got all kinds of stuff to say here. Despite variations in views, inflation expectations remain elevated across the wealth distribution. Short-term rates fall as traders add to bets on Fed rate hike. So they're figuring he's going up. That's a real good market to stay away from. And then Trump at 10, Jesus. And then Trump at 11. We might as well, we can jump in the car and I'll meet you in New Orleans there, Anton, and we'll just party it out. I think today's shot in the head. Good gosh. News at 8:45, 9, 10, and 11. And then, oh boy, Friday afternoon. There's a good idea. And down we go. Wow. Oh, we did tag the 60s. I didn't notice that. I was busy doing something. I don't know. Yeah, that. So we did tag that liquidity that's been in there for 2 days. So that's another one in the can. I just noticing that here now. Let's see what GB's up to. Whoops, wrong one. I don't want that. I want this right over here. So here's that view, that other view. I thought this splatter crap was supposed to happen over here between the two of these. I'm not quite understanding what this is about, but anyway. And that's the zero GEX. Oh, here we go. We got down to here and came right straight back off of it. So if you're watching this, and I was completely not watching this, that would have been, yeah, expected place to bounce them. Shit. Shucks. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't watching this thing. I should have been. 30 level right around here. Okay. Yeah, there it is. So I've got them here, here, and here. There, there, and there. Look at there. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Okay. This doesn't make a lot of sense because Major positive seems to be at 45. Wait, positive 60, yeah. According to my chart, book map, we pushed through 60, but this one says no. I don't know how important that is, but we definitely punched through it up here twice. Yeah. I definitely like this thing. I like it makes sense to me, and I like it. I like it. Figure out how to get it set up so that the look fits. It's my mind. I'm wondering if this view with just the level and then the level, then the level, reduces my confusion, where I used to see that the line zooming all around, and then get confused about whether we're really going through a level or not, or touching a level. It's absolutely there. There's no possibility the line was down here someplace. It's right there, and has been since here. That might be a good idea. I wish I had that damn thing would work from their API. Let's see, command com. Okay. Let's try it again and see what happens. No, it's falling over every time. And then 2 minutes later, it'll pull it again in 2 minutes. The idea was that this file would cache up the levels, and then there's another piece that would push these levels to like here, which is just with the CSV file. So they would essentially be here, but they would be updating automatically every 2 minutes or so. There you go. Best laid plans of mice and men. Best laid plans of mice and men. And it could all well be from the side of GEXBot that they're just, got a restriction somehow on that API. And I was only pulling the 3 levels also, the major positive, 0 gamma, and major negative. I was just trying to see if I could get that to work. But hey, no such luck. Are you doing your 0 crosses, or are you doing the outside ends? Anyone? Either one would be would work, I guess, if you're quick. Like here when they fall, but what is that? So you cross them there at 45, And you get what? 50, that's 5 points, I guess. Well, that's better to poke in the eye, isn't it? Let's go up here to, let's see if I can do this to 5s. There we go. That's pretty weird. Why did it do the strange? Huh. The strange, 34 to 39. What happened to 35 and 50 and 40? I guess it's because it's not, I don't know. Oh, there we go. Move it a little bit and you get them. I wonder if it's better to look at this gamma with just the yellow line. Let's check. Is that easier to interpret? Seems less confusing to me. 37 and 35. Yep. I'll leave it like that and see what happens. Above the zero line and PD RTH value very high. Previous days value very high. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, right here. That's a previous RTH value very high. And developing is this session. Certainly no surprise that we zoomed up here to this 60 level and spun it around. That's where the GEX was, and it still is, the major positive. And that liquidity had been laying in the book for 2 days. And still a pile in there. Still 416 contracts in there. Kiloton was yapping yesterday, or complaining yesterday morning about who the wise guy was with a 500 lot at 60. Greg, I think his name is. Maybe this makes more sense. I'm not sure. I think the yellow line seems to suit me better than this splatter deal. Maybe. I think these levels like this without that green line to zooming all around, or the red one's not a bad idea. Ooh. Not sure about the yellow boy here, though. That's quite a lot of noise, it seems like, compared to that. Maybe it gives an idea about where it's going. For example, none of this has been in there, is reflected in there with the just the line. It's just that center point. I got to say, I don't know. Once again, though, interestingly enough, we have this major put story down here with open interest positive. I don't know what to think about the day on whole. Hey, Magic, what? Oh, no. Sorry about that, Alfred. I'm so used to seeing Magic jump in there. I thought, oh, Malaysia. Selamat pagi, my brother. We lived in KL for 11 years. Love it. I'm jealous now. Yeah. Lived right across the street from KLCC. Loved it. Love it. What part? Where are you in Malaysia? Yeah, you're right. It's Selamat, Selamat Datang, right? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no problem. Don't worry about it. I do it all the time. Well, anyway, welcome. No problem. KL. Oh boy, did we miss that? Back to that 60 level, huh? So yeah, here we go. Well, I'll tell you, Anton, those crosses, I think, show a lot of promise. I understand the concept of diddling in the middle, but yeah. Yeah, they're not. We have just kind of are in this. We've been looking at different GEX levels and GEX tools, including Mentor Q, Alfred. And it is, for example, here you go. Let's see, 7760. 70, well, the major, whoops, let me get away from this. Sorry. 77, 45, 61, and 31, right, are the majors. and Mentor Q here. First of all, with Mentor Q, yeah, okay, Quinn. In order to trade futures, which we do, you got to pay them an extra $70 in order to have real-time futures, which I find pretty annoying. Let's look at the SPX, which is real-time. Well, they've got the call wall. That didn't make any sense. I haven't looked at this for a while, mind you. Intraday is on. End of day, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the blind spots and just compare apples and apples. So they've got it up here at 70. And then they've got the flip at 19. 20. And the ODT flip, I mean the put support and the regular contract at 7. So these look completely different to me. And I don't, the fact about the additional charge to use live data and all that stuff, I didn't find, and let me point out, especially when you're operating on the ringgit, this is, by the time you get live futures, it's $200 a month. As you know, GEXBot's Classic is 50, and there's no live anything. I mean, and here we go. Oh, look at there, pushed right up through the top. And over here on, over here we got a bunch of absorption going on. They took out these resting liquidity levels. Next stop, liquidity-wise, is 72s. Or do we short them? Figuring on the pullback. And why did that happen? Is that something to do with Warsh, I guess, maybe? We're gonna cut interest rates? I don't know. So that was the initial balance. We just took it and didn't continue with it. Let's see if they pull back and we get a trigger for an IB continuation or IB failure. Either one. Looking at the GEX levels, I would say, I don't know what I'd say. Yeah, it's one thing if it's got value hooked to it, Alfred. It's another thing if they're just, you know, the guy wants a new car. you know what I mean? And all of that. I didn't that the whole thing about charging you extra for, you know, an extra $70 for futures data, that just didn't rub me the right way. Well, they don't seem like they're got any idea about pulling back here. I'm not sure how to read that, yeah, but according to something I heard, shorting wouldn't be the right idea because we're fully green across the board on max change. So they're still going up, it looks like. Well, if you do it now, you could get the first month for $25, and it's on their webpage. And if it's not, I think I got some sort of a code thing because I thought I was going to try to help people here save money. I don't get ever, you know, I've never done that before. But then when I signed up for it, that affiliate or whatever, it said that the discount was 50% on the first month. Well, that's right on their website. So if you go to the pricing page and look below those different options, classic or state or order flow or quant or whatever it is, there's a little box down there that says, I forget the code. I should remember that. And you put that in at checkout, and it's $25 for the first month. So that's what I'm doing right here. That's what this is. That's what this one is. Well, up we go. That MCVPOC from the 5th of August is right up here at 74. Whether that means anything. Yeah, there you go. Good for you. Cool. After you subscribe, that goes away. So I can't like pull up the pricing page for you and show it to you now. That's not there anymore. So yeah, super. I'm glad you found it. I do your own due diligence in the background there. Mentor Q doesn't really have a lot. I have never seen a lot of data about how they do their classification and computation, but GEXBot pretty much does. So you can do it for yourself. Remember that is just how they interpret the levels. And what I see, what we've been watching here is the GEXBot, and it seems to be, they seem to be doing pretty well. Well, this is not really just a call wall. This is the netted gamma. And it's still increasing. I don't know whether you've been watching GEXBot and you see the little dots down here with the times on them. That shows you historically what's happening with this call strike. So it's decreasing. If the dots are inside of the bar is increasing, and if the balls are outside of it, like down here, it's decreasing. That's what I took away from it. Yeah, the Mentor Q's got that one up there exactly. And this is remember, this is the ES, which they translate the conversion factor is plus 1144 today. Yesterday was 15. They automatically do that. If you want to look at spot, we can do that. Now that is that's the spot one. Spot SPX, according to this guy. And there's the futures one. But yeah, in other words, I guess the short answer, Alfred, is I don't really know. I mean, I'm not the math guy. That the GEXBot guy, that John, whatever his name is, the little quote by his picture is, I didn't take mathematics, so I have to think. I thought that was kind of funny. They read about it. If you depending on what your background is and math and stuff like that, you can futures, options, whatever. They have a different way of their algorithm. First of all, they use the Opera feed, which is the direct full feed. Then they have a classification where they basically, as I understand it, they sort out the matched trades And these volumes are the warehouse stuff which are actually hedgeable by the. Yeah, I don't know anything about options or trading them. I've never traded options, and they've always just spooked me. And here we are at 72, right up to that last liquidity that was sitting in there. Well, we have liquidity at 78, or at 80, I mean. Now we're up to 73 on the price, and the max positive has just jumped up to 81.63. If you're watching, oh yeah, you guys are watching this, okay. Anton here, and maybe Magic, I'm not sure, but I know Anton is switched on with options. I'm a donut. I'm the old cowboy from Montana here. Options is pretty fancy for me. Well, they're squeezing them like hell for something. I'm sure of that. So 81s, I got to go back and change my little IRT thing here. That's pretty crazy, huh? 81. Boy, that would be so great if this was updated manually or automatically. I'd be pretty happy about the whole deal. What else we got going on over here? 47, 81, 31. Okay, I think that's what I had before. 47, 31. Okay, call me a. Uh, 81. Okay. Well, they tagged out that VPOC, MCVPOC, and were they going to go make a new high now, a new all-time high to tell everybody how great the world is? Actually, Furs was talking about that when I posted my TLab snap, I noticed he had a thing that he was looking at his GEX levels and was targeting, thought they were going to be targeting new all-time highs. There you go. Definitely squeezing somebody over here. All of these guys down here are having an uncomfortable look on their face. If any of them are still long or still have stops up there, that's what Tom was saying. That's what Tom was saying, Anton. So let's see the bot. Man, they are going ape, aren't they? Wow. Hmm. Pretty crazy. So where are all these market makers that are going to be adjusting their hedge? There's still so much about this I'm sure I don't understand. Well, I don't, you know, I don't know what to say or think. Other than this looks like a squeeze to me. IRT seems to have fallen on its head once again. We've got naked volume points of control up here too, I'm sure. There's one right there at 93s. From over here on the 17th of August. Hey, Magic. Were you strapped in for the blast off there, my brother? Yeah. This is a different view. I don't know if you're looking at GEXMR yet, Magic, but this is a different view that I discovered. And the way you do it is you can either delete the historical, which gets rid of turn them off, which gets rid of the ladder, but you can change the majors from a line to a scatter plot, and then you get this kind of a thing where you get a line and then it drops down and then a line and then it goes back up, rather than the green and red boy going all over the place. Similar thing here. I'm just looking at it to see if it might be more intuitive. Don't have any idea. I have no idea what to do with this. I don't know what you're supposed to do with gamma when there's a squeeze like this. Is this a gamma squeeze? I've heard that phrase before. I don't know what it means, but I guess maybe this is it. Maybe we're watching one. Based on, and by the way, Magic, in case you didn't notice or don't know, Warsh was speaking since 9. Trump is speaking at 10 and again at 11. So, yeah. Magical. Just magical. I'm tempted to put a short on and just get run over. That's a 3-bar reversal right there. Slick as a whistle. No, not quite. I think by definition, the third bar has got to break the previous for a real 3-bar reversal. But yeah, I'm sure I know you trade the Globex a lot. Good for you. Alfred here has joined up, and he's He's in Malaysia. And now I'm completely jealous, remembering all the fun, looking at the pictures on my phone, you know, remembering how much we like living there. So Asia's right up his alley. I don't know what to think here. There was the short, obviously, and now it's in the money, but, you know, short and a squeeze, pretty crazy. I reviewed that kerfuffle yesterday with my stuff, and it is clearly an error on bookmap execution thing, I guess. That's got me spooked. What it looks like from watching the, from looking at it, here's a snap of it. Entry. Price. Price is clear above entry. 25 more handles away. Stop gets hit. But look at this. If that's the entry, there's no price there. So clearly what I believe was happening, bookmap was plotting however many minutes this is, lag, and there's a red thing up here a little bit, yes, but because there's the entry and there's the price, and if you take about that same spread, there's price and there's the stop. So I was just sitting here watching bad data. Pretty disappointing. Yeah, it did. But that call wall has jumped back up again, right, from here to here, right? Exactly. And increased over here. Now would love to short it and just ride her back down. I mean, that's 30 handles from up here down to the zero gamma. But why are we up here? What wonderful thing happened, you know? And now Trump's hitting the airwaves. Jesus. Not pretty. Not pretty. Anton, did you take the zero cross? Because if you did, I'm sure you're buying a new car or something, man, or upgrading the house or doing something. I wouldn't know what to do now. I would love to short this thing, but I don't know. I guess Tom won't be able to tell us what to do for a while. He was talking about stops above. There was going to end. Some gal had asked him why was there fuel at 65, and he was saying that was stops. Yeah, I was thinking about doing the same thing. I'm just a little bit late, I suppose. Or not. I don't know. Now you're well in the money, 5 points, so you're way ahead of my FOMO chase, and I hate doing that. I also hate to stand here and watch the damn thing fall through 30 points. I don't know what to do now. I don't know how to get your methodology or your mindset, Magic. Just, asymmetric trades, take them and to hell with the stock. If it's not right, it's not right. If it was the wrong idea, it's the wrong idea. I've got to figure that out. Maybe, have a bottle of wine before the market opens. Maybe that'd help. I don't know. Uh-huh. Oh, good for you, Anton. That's great. There you go for 10 points, my brother. Is Trump talking? I don't know. If they pull it back up, I'm going to short it. They do a breakout and a retest here, a bar trade. Because I'm just frustrated by this whole thing. Let's see what IRT says. I wonder if it's through dancing around. Oh, there's only got a 14-second lag. Singles off 60, huh? I'm going to restart IRT just for the benefit of... Yeah, I guess so. Boom. Good man, Anton. I don't know why I don't take my own advice. If I shorted it now, my stop would be right above me, right in the thick of the mess over there. As you can see, Alfred, Magic and Anton are trading circles around me. Okay. Well, I'm going to see if I've got IRT back up here, and it'll be lagless for anybody that needs that. I don't know what charting package you've got there, Alfred, but Anton is real fond of ATAS, A-T-A-S. And I don't recommend my IRT. Was a very professional package at one point, but if you notice these lags up here, it was built long ago. It's only single threading, and it can't keep up with the flows that we have now. I'm kind of hooked into it because I share these session prices with a lot of people here, and I use them, which push from here. These levels push from here, from IRT to Bookmap, but I don't, I show this because that's what I've got, but ATAS, and I think Magic is looking at either ATAS or Deep Charts. So, none of my business what you use, but just was thinking I didn't want you to interpret this as a recommendation for IRT because I don't anymore. Certainly did for a long time. I'm not going to tell him that. You tell him that. He's already, somebody from in here already told him I was questioning whether or mentioned that I had no proof he'd ever been a professional trader, and I got copies of his Series 6 and, a direct message or two and whatever else. And I have no problem with him or the people in there, like I say, and when I make the TLab snap every day, I have no problem. I feel a sense of gratitude for the people in there, Rod and those guys, and yeah, I'm not going to tell him he's wrong. I don't think he likes that a lot. Every morning, Alfred, again, not knowing what your charting is, but I post this every morning, and it's got pretty much every number that you can imagine or might want, and the relationship for all these trades. And when I do it, I post it into the TLab, but when I do it, I usually have this. Every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time over here, I start the pre-market and do, the news and the numbers and all of that for the first 30 minutes, set up the software and stuff. This is one of the things included in there. If, it's early evening your time, so maybe around your dinner though. But maybe some of these numbers are helpful. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, well, he's probably, I don't know. I have no idea. I would have, you've already pulled 10 points off of this short, and good for you. And I suppose have a runner, or I don't know. The same story happened off the bottom, and as we have, you bet. My pleasure, man. And anything you ask me, Magic, Anton, anybody, if you got a question about something. It's just a group effort here. This is not no part of this stream is my way or the highway, right? This is just what I'm doing now. I share it with complete transparency and accountability. The theory being, and I suggestions. Why? What are you out of your mind? Why are you doing that? That's the point. And I only trade live, and I only trade on the live stream. So nothing is ever this rear view mirror nonsense or, oh yeah, I took it over here because I saw it doing that. None of that. So, there you go. That's all there is to it. And we're all kind of, good for you. We're all kind of excited about, or at least I am, and I think Anton and Magic are, about the possibilities of the GEX story. And we, as I said earlier, we kind of did a series of, Anton tried GEX A, I tried Mentor Q, Then I had some dorky thing before that, and Magic had tried something, and then we sort of stumbled into this GEXMR thing, and for the price point and for the support and for the performance, I have no reason to complain. I think it's a good idea. And, you know, as you can see, Anton just had a lovely experience there. And so that's where it's at. My goal is to, or the purpose of this from my point of view, is to have a completely transparent, develop a completely transparent, consistently profitable trading business to support me and my family, my wife and daughter from Saigon. So, you know, that's the story. We only moved back to the States because the company I was with there in Kuala Lumpur wanted me to come back over here to this office to help them with some stuff. And I've never lived in Texas in my life, but their office was here in Houston, so we did. And then subsequently the company got sold and a bunch of us got laid off. So we're bemoaning the fact that we're not back in KL. Oh, well, bummer, but you did a good job. Are you still playing the hedge? Or using the hedge, I should say. I'd like to get back around to that, but that was the biggest drawdown on this account is when I got them backwards, you know, and that put me way behind the 8 ball. So I'm going to work myself back, and then there we go. But I still think it's a great idea. It's a poor workman that blames his tools, isn't it? And I'm not going to do that. I'm the poor workman, and your tool is great. Not that tool. Don't be a dirty mind now. I'm talking about the hedge thing. Oh, you know what I didn't do is turn on the... We're not dancing. Nobody's discoing around here. Let's do that. So is Einstein talking? Oh, yeah. Trump honors Artemis crew and calls something. And calls the International Space Station from Houston. Okay. And now traders see a September Fed hike more likely than continued hold. So I guess, I don't know why the hell that would make the market squeeze up. I thought the rate hike was the last thing they wanted, but anyway. Okay. And I guess this is his first 10 o'clock speech, and now we're going to have the other one at 11, I guess. So good. That's nice. Honoring those guys. That's cool. That's the stuff presidents ought to do, you know, I mean, in my opinion. Which, of course, nobody should care about. Next week will be non-farm payroll, boys. The first Friday of the month. And Marsh will be back from Jackson Hole. And then I guess the week after that'll be the Fed meeting. And that'll be September, and that'll be when they're expecting a rate hike. So, ooh. And here we come back to the wall, up against the wall. Long hair. Are you leaning to Atas there, Magic, or are you still poking your nose around deep charts? Or my business, of course, like usual. Again, none of my business. But when you're trading Asia, I think we've talked about this a little before. Are you using the magic box and things, or are you your other models? I've had the thing that I had with Asia when I tried that is that, as you know, it can go on forever, and I run out of gas. I really want to put a trade on today so I can see what and then just stand back and watch this damn thing and see if there's some issue with bookmap execution, which will really put me on my back foot. And I'm about as far back as I can get. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, we're poking our nose back up there again. And this wall is just taken over right there. They're fighting back and forth. Or that level. So now they're looking at the 85s. Jesus, criminy. Well, 8,000's the whole, the round numbers got a little bit of liquidity parked there, but not a hell of a lot compared to the rest of the book. I'm thinking that this view has got interesting potential. Notice how there's the breakout here and there's no, I guess, gamma up above here. But here when we come back up to it, they're stacking them up and up and up and up. I would suggest, I mean, my initial thinking is that might be not as good of an idea to go short, and they're pulling it up because there's this, I don't know, continuation up here. Maybe I'm just full of it. Let's see what the difference is with the scatter of the line. Yeah, see, none of that stuff up here is visible with the line. And if you look at this, the line, this was not at the flip or at the put wall or call wall. The max, what is it called? Goddamn, major positive. That's pretty interesting. But in the scatter, it clearly was. That's interesting. Ooh, and the POC is just migrated up here on IRT to 77 for the 78s. 77 3/4. Some singles down there at 61s, but that's about it. Are you guys both looking at the same instrument? Magic typically trades MNQ, and you're on ES there, Don, aren't you? Or have you guys settled on a common ground? Oh, by the way, Magic, I readdressed that story with the access to the Discord for here that you said didn't work, in case you guys want to use that over the weekend to compare notes or whatever it is. And I tried it on my other machine upstairs there, and it took me there okay. So I don't know, I don't know what to say. I redid the link and put it back in there, so hopefully it'll be right. No, I put it in the description. Sorry. You post stuff here. Like, you can't post links and stuff here, I don't think, in the chat. I don't think. I should know probably, but I don't. Let's see here. So I don't know who the hell this is. These are probably scams, I suppose. I probably got to do that scamorama thing. Invite to server. Yeah, here's the link. See if we can copy this in there. I don't think you can, but maybe. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it does work. Well, there you go. I thought we tried that before and we couldn't post anything in there. But I guess you can. And I probably need to do that scam shit. I don't know anything about this stuff. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, okay, sure. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I just went there and it, invite people to the Discord, so I'm not sure. I'll have to Google it and then. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, Mom. Oh, wow. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast of fat guys. Oh, boy. Bacon and egg. Yum. Okay, so let's see. I don't know what to think. Well, there's there's the perfect VPOC migration. That's what always happens to me when I try it. And that's a biggie too. That's the one that migrates more than 5 points outside the IB and everything. Negative. I was when the VPOC migrated, and Magic was talking about it was going higher. I thought, well, wait a minute. I'm not sure if I was unmuted or not, but no, I did not. I saw VPOC migrate, and you know, analysis paralysis. And now I'm thinking, well, it looks like an initial balance failure down here again, but we've got all these levels below us, which would suggest resistance, right? So, and we're right down at the zero again. I think I might have been on mute. Yeah, that 20 is, that's famous. 20 in the 200, that's everybody on Top Step. No, you don't need to do GEXMR anymore. And they, price, the VPOC the IB failures crossed right through all of that resistance. And the zero gamma boy, and now they're heading lower. Is it going to go all the way down to the 31s? I don't know what to think. And my mind's all muddled up here with all the stuff from before. Never diddle in the middle. Here's the migrating VPOC and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, besides instruments, there's also that chart periodicity restrictions on the free deal. I remember that. You're right. If I'm not mistaken, Magic, if you pay for the 7-day trial, which they are, of course, hoping you forget to cancel, there are none of those restrictions. It's only the free, completely free thing forever that's got that delay and all those other restrictions, if I'm not wrong. Sure as hell, here we go. Yeah. That's a good question, Alfred. And I don't know. I mean, I've read so many different things that I'm getting all mixed up, you know. Basically a gamma squeeze, I think. But I'm sure somebody else knows much better than I. Yes, he's supposed to be 10 o'clock and then again at 11. 10 o'clock was the Artemis whatever crew. Let's check. Boom. Trump 10, Trump 11. 10 was welcoming the Artemis crew and calling or whoever they are, and calling the space station. Who knows what 11 is going to be. I don't see any quotes from him though. So maybe the Artemis 2 deal is over with and he's coming back out at 11, 5 minutes. I don't know. Oh, that breakfast was good. Maybe Magic or Anton would have some thoughts on it. Well, Anton, I hope you did that short that I talked about and didn't do, because boy, oh boy, you've had a hell of a day. If you're still on them again. Next absorption 27 and 23. Okay. Let's see. My theory about the call wall perhaps being less rigid by this little delta flipping around, or a gamma flipping around up here, didn't pan out very well, did it? Oh. Boy, that was good. Now, that sounds about right to me, Anton. Well said. Thanks. Yep, we are. 45s is the value area high, and 20 is a value area low, according to, you know. I'm getting so disgusted with IRT anymore. I don't know how to lean on it. And now I can't scroll back to the thing, you know, it's doing all kind of stupid shit. Come on, man. Okay, there we go. Well, that was painful. Value area. Trade. I wish IRT wasn't the price that it is, because what I would do is just have one page, one chart that did push the session prices and nothing else open, and then use a different package to actually, that I didn't care about lagging or whatever. You know, pretty stupid. I'm not going there, but that would be an alternative. I'm also sending those guys a ticket. We'll see what they come back with. Boop, boop, boop. Well, we're down to the close, and GEX here. Is that right, Bill? Yeah. Right down to here. Now what are we going to do? Boo-boo. You know, just had I just taken the GEX 0 cross we've spoken about frequently, short, having missed the good one off the top, still 20 something points down there. 57 to the 30s, 20 points. Terrible. Well, let's see if as Beth, it's going to really break things bad. Percent, I mean. The last time that the Fed meddled with somebody else's exchange rate was in 2001. And that, I don't think it had been done for years and years and years before that. He's thinking that's a good thing to do. I don't see anything about Trump talking. The Putin's, the Kremlin's, the line of American leadership is a big concern. I don't know. I don't see where he's talking. He's supposed to be, but we'll see. Normally they'd be picking stuff up here in this squawk, but I don't see anything about it. Yeah, well, and the zero GEX was just a little bit above it. I mean, major negative was at 31. Let's go on. Okay, that's working. Everything's up. Let's see. Yep. I've been trying to keep an eye on that. Of course, the 1 minute and the 5 can change pretty fast, but now they're going, look at that, you know, bang, bang, real fast. It just, so long, I don't know. Already, now the VPOC has migrated lower again. Yeah, that's good for you. I'm sure that it did. That's good. What are you doing, IRT? Are you just busy trying to be playing hide and seek, or what? What are we doing over here? Good God. I am pretty much done too, I think. I'm depressed. Still don't see anything about Trump, but that doesn't mean anything. Well, there were two of them right there, 3-bar reversal even, and again right here. And asymmetric trades, right? Short, put your stop right there. A point or something. If it takes it, it's take. But The 3-bar was probably an easy, and this is also a 3-bar reversal. If I remember the rules right, the trigger is when price closes below the first bar, if I'm not mistaken. So, oh gee whiz, what a shame you got short here instead of at 74 down to wherever you took them. You know, what a shame. I'm just being facetious. But I have fantastic trades, Anton. And I'm standing here talking about them, and to the point that you asked me if I took the short that I hadn't been talking about. It's not funny, but if I didn't laugh, I'd be crying. Excuse me. Big selling tail over here. And they're expecting a rate hike. I would certainly imagine that this price was going, market was going down, but obviously they took it up here, and then we got a big selling tail that brought them back to reality. But is it going to go lower? Who knows? I certainly don't. Yeah, I'd like to know the thought process myself. Previous day EQ also. Previous day EQ. What's EQ? Let me think. Anyway. Thanks, Magic. There you go. Sorry about that. Thanks. Well, here we are. I think we are at the major negative. I have the hardest time remembering to say that, right? Yep, here we are. Now, are we going to have a repeat of the upper side, where it goes blowing up there for another 20 points, or 10 or something? 20. Yeah. Well, there we go through it. double IB. Wow, right down and kiss the IB low, huh? With that naked absorption, this is the, family channel here. Yeah, well, we got a double whammy on the IBs. Value area lows down below there at 20. And the previous lows, 02. What does any of that mean? That 77.10 strike is taking the lead here. Yep, that's exactly right. And it's growing exponentially. I mean, it was poking out there a minute ago. But what was happening was this one was up. Now this one is falling behind. They're getting some more traction up here at the 30. And they're getting some traction out of the below the IB too, out the bottom and previous value area low. I just can't bring myself to short though. It's like going short in a hole, Damn. I got to get this figured out. Maybe I'll get that, turn my charts upside down like whoever it was said that. Get more absorption. Well, we're getting a lot of absorption as far as IRT's concerned, or Bookmap's concerned. There's 208 of them. There's 267 of them. These stops are out. This is absorption. So, you know, but I don't know how that even remotely hooks up with ATAS or whatever wave deal or deep charts or whatever you guys are watching. ATAS, I know Anton. Yeah, right, exactly, too. Well, not exactly. A tick away, it looks like, or two. And the previous lows down there below. So. According to the literature, they should be selling them here to keep delta neutral. Red across the board on the max change. It certainly doesn't have the horsepower it had to the upside. It doesn't appear. Yeah, it's right there. Atlas could have the session prices. I mean, you're looking at a lot of the same ones I am. I guess it's just the export part that's hard. Ooh, we just major negative just dropped down to, oh no, never mind. There for about a second. There it is again. It's back down at 10. Not sure if that works. I guess it does. Back to the IB. Well, they seem to have settled on the major negative at about 77, 10, or 11 now. That can switch pretty quick, I guess. Yeah, it's coming 11:30. Okay. Inch long now. I have cushion. Okay. I was thinking short. Oh, there you go. But I won't jinx you and go short. Yeah, that's a real comfortable spot to be when you've got a little bank. Coming back up to the major negative again. I didn't move it, by the way. I'm along there too. And I'm sure, no, it didn't crash. What do you know? Blow me down. Now we'll see if this frickin' thing makes the target or gets to something or does a performance like yesterday. I was thinking that once we came over the GEX flip, it might be the major negative, but now it's all red, so that's was probably not the thing to think. Where the max changes. Oh, there we go. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Each standing around here doing nothing. Maybe. Uh-oh. Major just dropped down to the 11s again. That doesn't bode well. Yeah, it's going to take a stop here for me. Maybe not. Never know. Can't seem to get it over break even here. I mean, get it over the max negative or major negative. I mean. Come on, girls, get it up there a couple of more ticks and I'll get a scale out and then I'll feel a lot better about life. I could trail it up right now too, but I think that's got a pretty short shelf life. Previous close is giving them some trouble. Huh? I went to BE there as well.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Yeah, I forgot it wasn't on the right window there. Come on, get up there and get over 35s there and get that trail off. Then I'll feel okay. It's only a 2 lot, but you know, hey, it's a thought that counts. Nope. Sorry about that. That was noisy. And there you go. Okie dokie. Well, at least I didn't get hammered. And it doesn't look like anybody crashed. That's kind of cool. Now, it may go right on to that price, and I will, you know, forever abuse myself about why I trailed it so tight, but I'm not in the mood. And I don't have a big cushion like Andon does, so. I didn't take a loan. I mean, I got long, but didn't make any money on it. And that's about as close as you're ever going to get. It's about as close as you're going to get to being stopped out without not getting there. So, or maybe the short's the right idea. Because it can't seem to get any horsepower over that max. That's for sure. I'm not quick enough thinking to flip them like that. You know, flip from the long to the short. Back in the day when I first started and I would just overtraded myself into oblivion, I would have done that. Now, if I were trading the strategy, the edgeful strategy on the initial balance, that was we took the initial balance low, we pulled back to the 25% zone, and that would have been a short, I'm sorry. Targeting the initial balance low, which it definitely did do. Unfortunately, it's more than 5 points. Yeah, never mind.
Order submitted.
And for some reason, I don't know why, my normal bias is short. I guess I've got a negative personality now, but so longs are tough on me. I'm dying to pull the short off here, but that would be chasing it, in my opinion. Let's see, IB load, that's 6 points. What did it do? Fall out of bed? No, it didn't. Okay. Let's see. Oh, look at it go here now. What brought that on? This must be somebody saying something. What was that? Let's see. I'll try to find something here. I don't know. Trump is talking. Our naval blockade is being helped by space. Well, that's cool. Space is a nice guy. So he is oh, this is 11:45. What the hell's going on? Oh, yeah, that's right now. I was thinking it was after 12 already. These times are Central Standard, by the way. So, yeah. Well, there it goes. Here they come to my target. Now, it would have, here you go. It would have been a stop. And then to targets. So I don't feel at all bad about, knocking it off to break even. I guess the problem is not getting back in over here. But it isn't there yet, so never mind. Yeah, so he's definitely talking, heads up. But boy, they popped it right up through there for whatever reason. Doesn't look like news, but yeah, nice going, guys. I'm going to try to figure out why that link doesn't work before we run out of day here. Yeah, those Mentor Q guys have a, Capital Preservation Friday. They don't trade on Friday, apparently. Or that was the inference I got. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on with the... Oh, maybe that's it. Let's see. I don't know what to say, Magic. I pasted that. Oh, there's my target again. I pasted that. I tried that, trying to iron out that Discord link for you. I followed the AI, you know, ask it a bunch of stuff, and it says to do the paste thing just as I did, and to test it out, which I did here. And I just, you know, pasted that link in the browser, and there it is. So what exactly, it asks the question, what exactly is the error button? Invite invalid versus unable to accept invite. I know this is AI asking me to try to help sort it out. Anyway, I don't know what else to do. Anybody else wants to try that link and see if it works, that'd be cool. There you go. Well, don't do shrooms because they'll do anything but make you calm. Well, here we go out the bottom again. And now I should be short from 35, and I would be, looking at 10 points. What a dickweed. Does Atas show the size of the absorptions? Like over here, there were 300. Where is my mouse gone? With IRT or with Bookmap, there were 300 and whatever it says down there, 308 contracts absorbed at that bottom tick. Well, if you're a TLabber, boy, there's a lot of fuel down here, huh? All these stops building up. Probably true. The same as there are a bunch of stops up here from everybody getting short, I guess. Yeah, well, I've tried to test that out again, and it says that the link works, and I tested it, and it asked me for the specific thing that it tells you: invite invalid or unable to accept invite. This was AI telling me what to do. I tested it all out again, and it works, just like I showed you. So if I don't know, Anton, click the link, or click that thing, and see if you can get in. Maybe it's just, I don't know what the hell it is. Nobody ever had any problem before. Not that there's been many people, but we would get in there and, be able to just talk as opposed to a one-way conversation and Anton getting to do his favorite typing. Well, I would love to go short, but then that's going short in the hole. That's not a very good idea. I agree that it's probably going to go down. But on the other hand, where am I now? What is this? Oh, that's a rod thing. Okay. Get back to somewhere. There we go. Now it broke out. 73 down. The stops are running now. Shit. Go get him there, Magic. And we're heading down to the, fell out of bed hard, to the major negative. Not yet, but I would guess pretty quick. And it's way up here now. I gotta change it to, it's 7711. I gotta update IR team. 7711 50 60. Okay. Well, this is a pretty unhandy way to do this. Nice. Well, there's GEX negative down there, or GEX, whatever it's called. Major negative. Major negative. Captain positive, major negative. And again, there's a fast 10 points. Yeah. Wow. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Okay. What did it say? What was the error? Did you read it by any chance? That's what the AI thing told me to ask. I'm just passing it on. Think so. Well, we'll see here. Where am I? Oh, we're on the wrong thing. You're figuring it's going to break back down to here. Okay, we'll see whether you're right or not. Probably jumped the gun there, but anyway. Targeting the 11. Oh, that's about right. That would be the first target, and I don't think we're going to get that low ever. Never know. We haven't gotten down to the to T1 yet. What am I doing here now? Well, it's getting pretty close to that that T1 without getting there. That's kind of frustrating. Spending a lot of time goofing around down here. I'm thinking I'll roll up to break even, maybe. We'll see what happens with this next push. If they can get that T1 off, then I'll be pretty happy about that. Missed it by a tick, of course, or two. Well, that thing doesn't want to get below there, does it? Just toying with us here. Come on, get one more tick for Christ's sake. What are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding. There we go. Wow, that was painful. Jesus. But nice heads up, Anton. Thanks. And I'm going to bring this thing up to break even, that's for sure. And see where we might get. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, I don't know that we're going to get in that low. I'm going to bring this thing up to some sort of realistic, right above that liquidity, maybe.
Order submitted.
And that's just the trail.
Order submitted.
Well, it isn't done yet, and it's on Anton's call. So, yeah, I appreciate that very much. And supporting, you know, and here's where I'm thinking we're probably going to quit, though. Look over here. We got that wick down there just to the top of it, and now we're turning around the other way. That's probably not going to work out well for that runner, but you never know. And I'm not going to give any of it back. Unfortunately, I was pretty chicken shit from yesterday, so this is the smallest. This is only a 2-lot 24 tick wrist neutral thing, so you know. Yeah, I should have probably just taken them both off there and been happy with it. Yeah, there's the break-even stop. Now, it may not get any higher than that, but at least I'm out of it. I mean, I'm out of it positive. Thanks a lot. Good call, Anton. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's the put wall is right here. Yeah, is 10. So yeah, that's, and I've now got them. I'm updating them across here in case you can't see it, Magic. I'm updating them for my RT, so this is where it was. Yeah. So, and over here, right there with that tail, and that, and there's a 3-bar reversal if there ever was one. Yeah, I tell you what, I'm gonna figure out something where I can maintain the session prices that I supply to people, and get away from IRT and get some sort of charting down that's simple. You know what I mean? And yeah, I think this is a real. I'm definitely going to be, and if you know, well, first of all, the help and sharing of knowledge and, you know, from you guys is huge for me. Not to mention, you know, just the camaraderie of it. But if you just look back at these GEX, look at every time this thing came through there, except right here. It was 10 something points plus every time. And I know that's, I'm sure, you know, yeah, you bet, that's rear view mirror, and that's just like all the other crap internet gurus do. But I think you got to start looking at these things someplace. And that's a good, you know, it's hard to argue with that. I kind of like the way this is doing this with this scatter thing, because of that green line wandering all over the place. There's the level, there was the level, there's the level. So no question about when we went through here, when we came down through here, that was not the level, but up here certainly was. I think that's kind of a good thing to do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't. No, I didn't. I didn't, but that sounded pretty funny. I didn't. Now are we going to come zoom? Remember yesterday when they just came pinching down on them as time wore out, and they just had them right down to 0 GEX? So does that mean get long here? You know what I mean? And head for head for high country. I don't know if Okay, yeah. If you tried that link and it tells you some specific message, tell me what that was, Magic, and I'll tell this AI thing what it is. And maybe that'll help. I'm assuming you don't have any problem getting in any other Discord places. Yeah, see, it didn't take. Now, here's Mr. Stupid, Mr. Alice Trading over here. It did not get to the stop. Is it going to go down to the second target? Who knows? But it did not get to the stop. We'll see. Boom, there we go. Well, I'm glad that multi-bracket's not backfiring and doing all the weird stuff like yesterday. That's pretty cool. Invite invalid. Okay, I'll tell Hermione over here. Oh, wait, this might be something I didn't know anything about. Oh, there's a couple things I didn't know anything about over here. Okay, let's see if I can fix this. Well, Anton's in because I'm waving to Anton over here. I'll tell you something that I didn't have any idea about. Are you a member of more than 100 Discord sites? Anton V, I just waved at him. I think did something to him anyway. Here we go. I don't know who these other guys are. I don't know who Mark at RLT is. Today at 8 o'clock. Or Wild Success yesterday at 8 o'clock. I don't know who that is, but... yeah, there's Anton sticking his tongue out at me. God damn it, dude. Okay. Well, that means I don't. One of the things it suggested was that I had not edited the size of the room and Discord room, and that you can have only 10, which I don't think there is. But Anton's in, so that's not part of a problem. The other thing it suggested here, Magic, is that if you have hit 100 servers at one time, that's the maximum you can join. Which I didn't even know was a thing. But Anton just got in and there's no apparent problem there with that link. So max users, first thing I thought was my max size was wrong. The link is correct, so we figured that out. You're not banned from my server. I don't even know how to do that. Sounds fun though. The only other option is that you remember you have subscribed to more than 100 servers, which I can't imagine. Oh, you're in, cool. And what are you? Who are you? Which one are you? And I'll wave back. Wait a minute, nobody move. Well, here, what am I doing? Okay, here we go. There we go. It's Magic. Okay, cool. Hey, Magic. And Anton's in, waving, and everybody's in. Oh, there we go. There we go. Cool. All right. Well, there you guys go. So now you can get in there and just yuck up a storm. This is Kelton. You know him probably from and a couple other people that have come in and out about different stuff. Very, very seldom, very little use, but knock yourself out. And there's no restrictions on this that I know of, so have yourself a. Yeah, I saw your wave back there, Anton, and I see that Magic's in, so cool. So that's great. Now you can talk and share screens and do whatever else it is you want to do along those lines. If you guys are going to get together on the weekend and go over the. This guy here had done this. You see this, where he put in he's pushed his GEX levels over here, and he's got his session prices over here. That's what he was asking me about, was how to do the session prices, and I shared the link with him. Actually, I'd ask this guy what his code was to do this, or else he bought it. Oh, that doesn't look all that special. Anyway, cool. Well, there you go. Well, we're happening here. Let it happen, boys. Yeah, I see that. That's great. Okay. Super. Alfred, feel free to come over here and figure it out. Albert, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to knock that in the head for now because I can't do two things at once. Get rid of the AI chick. Move back down, huh? Yeah, you see, never got to the stop. Not down to the target either, but still, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, so frequently I see that whenever I scroll up to break even, I just have this thing about not letting profit blow back in my face. And especially when these are risk neutral. So when this is up to here, this is a 1-to-1 R. It's actually a 0.5 to 1 R because you started out risking 2. So the only way it would have been that is to take them both off over here. And maybe that's the best thing to do. Yeah, dude, you better get some sack time. But feel free to join the Discord thing if you want or wherever else. And nice to have you. Welcome. Nice to have you stop in. No problem. Have a great weekend. Like and subscribe. Actually, I do appreciate that. It's an honor. Thanks very much. And thanks for contributing. I see a lot of people, like there's been 78 views today on the counter over there on OBS. And, I don't see the subscribes or likes or anything going up. So a lot of people just coming through, I guess. I'm jealous, my brother. I'm jealous. Oh, so many great memories in KL and Malaysia. Well, okay. Well, we made all kinds of room. I'm a GEX wizard, and I do feel a lot better about it, though. I have a hard time leaning. I guess you probably have read between the lines. A hard time leaning on just, subjective things, like a lot of which are said in the TLab and stuff. This makes sense to me objectively, I think I've got the two straightened out. Yeah, Alfred's from Malaysia. And so consequently, I'm jealous and mad, Not really. Glad to see him. Selamat datang. I know somebody came into Discord. Somebody with a wrong drink. It's amazing. I assume it's not a coincidence that I put, since I put the GEXBot thing and put the GEXBot in the link to it, because I think that that's the proper thing to do in the description. All of a sudden, nobody's really, not a lot of subscribers or anything, but views up around 80, 90, 79 today, for example, a day. I can only attribute it to that, I guess. Should have thought of that a long time ago, huh? I guess I should have gotten into this a long time ago. Hey, there'd be more people in this in the stream, and I'd have more money. I'd be making all that big money like Anton does. Look at this guy taking a short for a gazillion points over here. What a guy. What a guy. Let's see if I can do that. Get back over here quickly and see who that is. Yeah, I got your welcome gift basket right over here, funny boy. Cool. Is this deep charts that we see here? Very cool. Yeah, that's great. Cool. That's sweet. Just realized I have absolutely no idea what time it is. It's 12:30. Okay. Cool. Motive wave. Cool. Very, very interesting. I'm not sure what all those little numbers mean, but I believe you. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Now, I wonder if they're going to do like yesterday. So this thing just rose up here and wound out the day right on the zero. You know? Would that mean you can get long down here and that's going to happen again? I have no idea. And I guess I interpreted that correctly yesterday. Mm. It's 1:30 in the morning over in Malaysia. Or 2:30 maybe even. Don't remember now. Oh, the balls there on your motive wave are big trades, huh? Okay. And the numbers of them, that's pretty cool. Oh, very nice. Cool. I'm gonna have to figure out now to put this on the one of my upper monitors and use that other keyboard to type and stuff over here so I can keep the two screens going for the, we can keep bouncing back and forth here. pretty hard to argue with the fact that when it comes up here and does this kind of things at that level or down here at the zero, it's, you know, it has an effect, isn't it? And it did it here in the early morning. Now, here, not so much. That's one of the problems. Wow. See if I can figure out how to do this with this little. Not really. Where's the bar? I guess it's down here now. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't think that it would be magic because I think typically it's all, you know, it's all coming from the exchange. So those different servers or sites are just mirrors. I would hope. Boy, if that were the case, you could do like they used to do in the old days. They'd have somebody watching the market one place and somebody trading the other place, and they were getting it faster than the data was moving. I think that would probably. Yeah, that'd be pretty handy. Let me see if I can figure out how I'm going to do all of this and keep track of the Discord now. Ooh, fall asleep. These days of not getting the midday break, you know, I'm an old guy now. Let's see if I can do that on 2. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, cool. All right. I can read and keep up with the stream on one of my upper monitors on another machine, and then I need to have a copy running down on my trading machine because I don't have any way to do screen snaps and stuff up there. Oh, cool. Oh boy, we made and 80 views. Look at here. I think when you get over 100 views, just YouTube just starts sending you money, don't they? I'm pretty sure I saw an influencer say how to do that. Hey, Magic, have a good one, man. Thanks for coming around. All right. What do we got to do here? We need some music. I'm pretty sure of that. Well, I suppose. I guess Trump must be done by now. I'm thinking. What have we got? Let's do some jazz, I guess. That long off the bottom was exactly the thing to do. I still am not really sure whether I think this scatter plot on the zero gamma is more or less helpful. Not sure. Oh, we're taking a yacht tomorrow. Big shot. Look at this deal. Well, there you go. Yeah, get the kid a snorkel and a pair of flippers, and I'm sure the whole world is gonna open up to him down there in the Keys. Boy, there's Little Pumpkin Key and some of those down there. You can get there's great reefs and great snorkeling, and then diving or whatever. Great, good for you. That's great. That is great. Well, they're going to get up through this next level here, headed for the tops, I guess. Now I would have been stopped out, so Magic's doing okay with his long. So what are we? 60, 40, 10. I think that's maybe what I've got. 10, 50. Okay, I gotta change that one. 60, so I gotta change this to 40. Okay. I was disappointed that thing I had tried to do. First, it seemed way too easy, and it obviously was. I'm sorry it didn't work. Would have been nice. Oh yeah, it's my favorite spot, and I guess it's probably my favorite part of the world. Actually, I love the mountains and where I grew up, no question about it. And I gotta say, I love them all. The Caribbean. The thing about Asia is, like in Kuala Lumpur, you're an hour and a half flight from everybody's dream vacation. Deep it down, one of the 10 heritage protected 10 best diving sites, top second or something diving sites in the world. Just off Sabah, Malaysia, Bali, Thailand, Phuket, and Vietnam's a beautiful place. It's a pretty cool if you like that kind of stuff. It's not, you're not going to go there expecting the Alps and skiing, you know what I mean? But and I like the people and stuff too, and the food, so that works out good for me. Yep. We used to say that, sitting around the bar together and in the Caribbean, it's like, well, we're living everybody's vacation. It's a long haul, though. It's 22 or 3 hours to get there. It's exactly the other side of the world. Yeah, no kidding, man. Absolutely. I was just thinking that too, and looking at it over here. Just come right down there and bingo, and up she goes. Maybe it's not going to go up she goes forever, but it certainly is a. Pretty clear right there. Over here, where are we? Right there. And now, a couple of tests down here, and up we go. What is that? 12 to 26. I'm not sure if Magic's rig auto trails or anything like that. Maybe he can set it up for that, I don't know. I have no idea. Let me see if I can. I want to see what a snap looks like. Make sure I can do all this different stuff here. Boom. 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 Oh yeah, sweet. Okay, cool. No problemo. We don't need that in there. How do you delete it, I wonder? Edit the message. I don't want to edit the message. I wanted to do something else. There we go. There we go. So that works. Okay, cool. I do those on the lower monitors on my trading machine, because then I have access to all that stuff. But I can monitor the chat and type back and forth up there on the Discord in one of the upper ones. Cool. Very cool. I'm dying to see if they're going to do like yesterday, where they're going to just come zooming right up on either side of that zero and trade them straight out? I bet they do. Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see. I can't believe that it would happen that simply every day, and that everybody in the world isn't doing that. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, boating is definitely made for bright, sunny, nice, beautiful days, especially in Biscayne Bay. Absolutely. What do you guys, do you take the boat out of Miami, or do you take the boat up around you guys and then come down the intercoastal and into the bay and over by the stadium and stuff? And his expectations too are maybe a lot different. Remember, he's trying to do base hits. If you got good location and it's an asymmetric trade, yeah. I mean, if you know, where the hell am I? What am I looking at here? Oh no, we need to be over here. You know, you get right, you take the asymmetric entry like he did right down here, which is, I think, where he did. At least that's what he said. And what is that? Where's this marker? 13? Right now we're trading up, you know, 24s. That's 10 handles. That's way more than a base hit. That's what I was saying. I wonder if his rig auto trails, because if it does, then, you know, depending on what he has it set for. The way I do these and do them on the algorithms is when it takes T1, then it trails to break even. Then it's a risk neutral trail, and okay, let her rip. If it gets to the take profit, super, and if it comes back to the break even, well, you already locked it in. I'm just real happy that everything worked properly on Bookmap with the trading side of life. And it's kind of nice that my RT didn't fall on its head when I entered those trades. That was pretty weird. Pretty weird. But now we're right down on the bottom again. Are we? No, wait. Huh? This is supposed to be bouncing up and down here with the trade. I don't see it moving. There we go. Okay. So we took out an MCVPOC, an MCVPOC. Am I trailing the right? Yeah, I am. Okay. And one micro naked volume point of control from 7740 from way back at well, it was actually first formed 6th of August, reinforced right here by the 19th, taken out. Now this continues on as the naked POC from today. Isn't that funny? This naked POC has gone from the 19th all the way through these days, including today. And that's, if we closed around here now, that's where it's going to close out. Interesting. Assuming that it's right. Yeah, that was a beauty. I'll tell you, you really got them great on that one. And I am so embarrassed that I stand here talking about it and don't do it. I really don't know what the hell's wrong with me. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. You had to have made a buttload of points on that one, and I don't know how big size you trade, and you trade the ES, so that's, thousands of dollars. Great trade. That's the way to be a success in this business. I think, dozing around with these micros is pretty tough. I'm going to be real curious to see, and pretty disappointed if I didn't act properly. If this thing just goes up and trades right alongside a zero gamma like it did yesterday. I can't believe that, but we'll see. Wow, yeah, so it didn't it? Wow. Yeah, that is pretty incredible. But this time it dropped in your favor. Back to the IB. And the next consolidation of GEXs, 25s. Let's see, 40, okay. And PD $45. I don't know. I think they're probably going to come right up. What I'm guessing is as time, decay starts really kicking in, they're going to do just like yesterday. They're going to trade this thing right up here on either side of, right along price. Isn't that what they did yesterday? I can't remember. Unfortunately, it'd be really great when GEXBot has the individual feed for the futures actually, rather than the converted, because when I do the conversion to do the back test, it's still the same, when you look back at history. But if you want to look at yesterday, you got to use the SPX. You can't use the futures. But if I remember correctly, when it got down around 130 around 230, they just came zooming down around these closed down around either side of it, and it just went do like that right out to the close, didn't it? I don't remember what I had for breakfast, so I'm stretching it here for yesterday. We finally got some rain around here last night. Thank God. Forgot about that one. I guess it's probably the storm you guys had moved over this way. What am I doing here? Why do I have that open? I don't know why. Oh, that's right. I remember you calling that out. Sorry. Look at this dipsy doodle here. When you scrunch these all up and look at that POC, it's like, yeah, I'm trading all those BPOC migrations. That's got to work out pretty good. And when you look at it, that's almost a nothing day, you know. And there's the open. We just got a couple more handles to get up there, and it's been just one giant speculative exercise. But boy, did I screw up here. Oof. That is painful to look at. And that son of a buck is, you know, there is absolutely zero heat on that all the way to the bottom. What is that? That's 70 points. Without any flipping heat whatsoever. I mean, a little couple of these little dances around here. Man. Oh. Is the support people at Atas, or is support at Atas, or is Atas support, you know, pretty responsive? In other words, if I were to reach out to them, you know, is there a way to set up session prices historically, and can they be exported, that kind of thing? Or is it fairly light? I would suppose it's not really. They're probably focused on development and stuff. Well, right up to that IB low and down some more. I have no idea what they're attempting here. Not that it matters. I was just curious. I'm getting real fed up with this whole IRT thing. I mean, I really have been a user for a long time, and maybe I have to wait till they answer my ticket because maybe there's something real stupid, specific thing. I can't believe everybody that uses that is having the same drama I am. You know, it doesn't make really any sense. I would have surely would have thought I'd have heard about it. I'll have to sit down and craft a. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was looking at earlier. Also, it's like, boy, when this damn thing starts, when the regime changes, it ain't a secret. There and down here, look at this damn thing. That's a lot. 116 million, 116,000 contract. Is that right? Yeah. That's a lot. Yeah, that happened yesterday too, and then they kept getting. Then this one started getting skinny. Price came up alongside of the zero GEX, and they just. Remember, you made the comment. Look at them just pinching those people off and driving them down to no money, not letting anybody make any money. Now, let's see, if you buy puts, you're looking for the market to go down. So, those are not sold puts, I don't think. I think those are bought. So. All of those people are looking for a down move. Isn't that right? I mean, that's what I think. That's what I thought, anyway. Let me see something here. Can't. Well, you know what I didn't do? I didn't do my snap. Yet. I need to do that. Wait a minute, why is that doing that? That's not today. That's yesterday. pretty crazy. Way now. Well, I don't quite understand this exactly. Not sure why that's doing that, but okay. Oh, what? Oh, what? I do that snap to show. Try to do it at the end of the market, but and have Blue Boy invisible so that it shows the whole day guaranteed. But then these lines and the graphing gets kind of out of whack. Kind of wackadoodle. Oh well. So we're still at 10, 40, 60. Boop. Yeah, look at it now. Pretty soon it's going to be green dots over there. And that, God dang, look at that strike at 10. Holy smokes. It's taking up 32-inch going all the way across the 32-inch monitor. Wow. And it's still not done. There it is. Okay. Wow. That's a lot. That's crazy. You know, it's double the rest of them. That's... Wait a minute here, hold on. I removed anything that shows P&L on my screen that I can't see. Yeah, I don't show any P&L either, only ticks. I don't think you ought to have money anyplace. The bot. You need to ask the bot to switch you to human. Look at that thing go. Now, if I was, weighing the money today or not worried about things, I would just throw a long on. Targeting, well, wait a minute, it's only it's 1:30. Okay, I'd say 2 o'clock, I'd throw on a long. Looking to get back up and do what they did the other day. And see what the hell happens. Well, they, if you want to believe Dalton, they repair the profiles. Let's see if we can see that on, speaking of that. The last week's, wait a minute. Last week's profile. I don't do profiles by a week. So. Yeah, look at that. I couldn't get those profiles to work with the damn. I was pretty disappointed yesterday with that one chart that I had finally gotten to kind of work with Atos that just went stupid when I tried to put in the NASDAQ for magic and then never could figure it back out again. I mean, not that it's a big deal, but I had a little session thing figured out and I had finally gotten volume profile kind of organized. I have not really dug in and looked at a lot of their videos. Though, however, having said that, and I think a lot of the problem I have with it is the fact that I've got that delayed in 3-day free thing. So many things are not available. Magic noticed that as well. That's why I was asking if the 14-day trial that you pay for probably has everything, I think. And then the hopes is that you forget to cancel it if you don't like it. Do you know, I noticed that I thought I read somewhere in a chat, maybe it was the Discord of the GEXBot, like Atos, and I know Bookmap, you pay for the indicator, which was developed by GEXBot. Is that the same thing with Atos? If you want to have the GEXBot levels plotted there, you gotta buy the indicator separately and add it to the charts or something, or I mean, why not? But I'm just curious. No different than any of the others. No different than, Ninja Trader or any of that other stuff. If you want to use an indicator, you got to pay for it by whoever developed it. I suppose it's that way with everything nowadays. Boy, they are definitely just hammering it back and forth down here, aren't they? They're getting their money's worth out of it. Look at all the fuel that's building up here. Huh? Look at all those stops. All the stops down here. Millions of them. Millions and millions. Billions and billions of stars. Wow. 95 views. Ooh. Funny, they must just come through, I guess. I don't know. I can't believe there are 95 lurkers around here. I don't know how that works. I don't stand and stare at it all day either. So, if you're new to the stream, thanks for coming by. Drop a like and a subscribe, would be honored. Drop something in the chat so we don't just talk to ourselves. What would be the point? As I understood it, of course, I keep going back to this, but it just, dealers are supposed to be hedging in the direction of price when they're gamma negative. But that's not happening. I found a video that I didn't quite get through, but it's that Jazz guy, I believe. It's like a live thing he was doing in their Discord about how how they recognize the data and handle the orders and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to try to find that for you here. Be something you can watch. I think. See if I can find it here quickly. I don't want to know about the Jackson Hole Symposium. Oh, darn it. The Wizard of Woz. Okay. Well, what's this? Boy, where do they come up with the stupidest crap they offer here? I do not get it. Here it is. Whoop. It's called the GEXMR Introduction to the Options Profile Live Stream. I mean, I think it was from in their Discord room. 2 hours and 2 hours and 16 minutes. I didn't get through the whole thing, or I fell asleep. But This was the jazz guy, Jasper. Here we are again. Yeah, okay. So there's one for you. What's going on here? Why is that doing that? Well, yeah, specifically the GEX thing is what I was thinking about. Because it's, you know, I have GEX now and all that stuff, but I can't just go flop it on Bookmap. I've got to buy the $300 indicator, and I tried throwing the API key into the Mentor Q one just to see if that would clip by, and no such luck. I didn't think so, but you know, never hurts to try. And then I tried to build that thing last night where the jar didn't work at all, and so we tried another approach that didn't download any data, so I don't know whether it would upload or not. I don't think, probably not. And it also said was that you could upload, or you could use different instances. For example, I can only use this price lines thing. When I tried to use it for Mentor Q, but big problem. Now, if I put the CSV URL in here, I think it will not plot any of the things that I've already got uploaded, which are these files up here. And somewhere it said that you can do multiple instances of that indicator. Or that's what the that's what the IA chick was saying. But I don't think so. No. And supposedly somewhere there's a thing called notes or something. And I could not figure that one out either because I couldn't see anything anywhere. What I could do is I could do a cloud note, but first the tool that downloads, that captures the data into a CSV file is not working from the control. Whatever it's called, command. So because I could set up another cloud note column that you can have lots of. That's what all these are. That's one, and that's one, and that's one. No, this is one, and this is one. And you can have as many of those as you want. And I could just feed that cloud note column with the CSV file, and then the GEX lines would be there, and that would work. But the command line thing isn't working. Yeah, he is. I think he is pretty sharp boy. Sounds like. And the the other guy, John, whatever it is, if the stuff he sent me is true, he's, making, oh, here's my swing account. This is the performance of my swing account. Follow me live, all that kind of crap. It's $2 million something dollar. Well, I was all ready to see him go zooming right up there and tracking right along the top of that thing, but I'm not confident enough to think that that's what's going to happen, so I'm not going to. And in reality, would that be 40? Well, that's right at the POC, the overnight POC. This is exactly where the GEX thing is right now. Supposedly. Where is it? Where'd the hell did the thing go? 0 gamma. Oh, that's moved down. It was at 50. It keeps moving lower. Sorry about that. So it's 50 and 40. Oh, wow, look at there. Drop down to 40 and 50 and 35. 5 points apart. And here we go. Are they going to start jamming in there and just slam them along there? Wow. Let's see if I can do this. Why isn't it 0? Why is it still at 50? Son of a bitch. I think it's so weird. It's kind of strange too, because the other things that I push over there to those cloud notes work like $1 million. I never even think about them. But this thing seems to be playing hard to get. I don't know why. The 0 gamma should be at, there it's at 40. Yeah, moved right then. I don't know why. Major positive is right on the IB high. Major negative is right on the low of the day. And 0 gamma is on the overnight volume point of control. So there you go. What do you make of any of that? Any of that sound reasonable? Makes sense? I don't know. It looks to me like what we were seeing here, what we saw yesterday, that was shaping up. This has been jumping back and forth. A minute ago, it was five points above right there. But I guess what they could do, rather than bring the lower one up, is they could just bring the top two down, right? Wouldn't that? I'm not sure what happened yesterday, so I wouldn't certainly want to try it. Wouldn't want to try that. This is that John Kirby guy. This is where he pinged me about making sure that I shut those server things off, and then I asked him if he was a human, and he said, yeah, definitely. Took a loss on Palantir after getting faked out. Open drive. Blah, 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 blah. Longs turned around today. Supposedly, this is his daily trading. His daily trading story. Yesterday, 22.5 grand. That's pretty cool. I do like this, as I never learned mathematics, so I have had to think. That was pretty funny. Now they're 5 points apart or so. Now 10, I guess. I don't think I know any of this, feel as comfortable with any of this stuff that I would try to do any closing trading kind of things. And one of the things, one aspect that I've understood to be quite dangerous is how theta, starts ramping up and it just gets really wild going into the close on these zero DTE options. Convexity, that's another one that's a term they use a lot that I'm not quite sure. I know what convex means, but I'm not sure what that means exactly in the options world, and I've seen the convexity plot they use and that stuff, so that's advanced theory, I guess. Well, they seem to be bringing the zero gamma down. Obviously, I guess that's pretty obvious right here, huh? And the major positive is getting pretty fuzzy along here too. But nothing happening on the negative. So it wouldn't have been too good a plan to figure on trading up into this because it's going the wrong way. Yeah, look at that. Well, don't ask me why that happened. I'm just standing here. Oh, and I wasn't looking at the right screen. Sorry. Boom. Just definitely chugging straight down. And this has been flying all over the place. Now we're down at 30. This was at 40. And this was up above us. Now it's at 36 and our net zero is down at 25 or back and forth. So I guess what they're going to do is bring these down around price. And this great big put down there. Which we're trading right into that big put. What up, Trey? Oh, excuse me. Oh, wow. Another hour to go here. Oh, look at there. 100 views. Wow, 101. Well, isn't that something? Come on, kids. Don't just come through there. Smack a like at least. Thumbs up would be great. You know, subscribe would be super. Okay. Yeah, and price is falling out the bottom again. Oh, damn. I hope Magic's back and took them off with some profit. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. Let's wake up now. Ho, ho, hidey, ho. Well, there you go. Oh, man. Now what are we gonna do? Are they gonna fight back up here, or I don't get it. What are they doing? My understanding would be they would be selling these to hedge because it's negative. Very, wow, 600 and 700 and whatever, negative regime. You'd think that out of 100 people, somebody'd click a like or something, you know? That's so funny. That's like, how much trouble is that? I don't know. I do it when I listen to anything. I do that. Just help. Why not? I took the time to listen to it. They took the time to make it. It's the funniest thing. I don't get it. There seems to be quite a coveted, what do you call it, action amongst the Gen Zs or whoever they are, that most of the people that are doing YouTube. I don't really know. I'm surprised that I'm doing this. I mean, I would have never figured that. Well, boy, oh boy, look at this. That put wall right there at the 11s is pretty darn substantial. It's blocked them off twice. But I don't know what's going to happen. And now this continues to drop. Something else I don't ever understand that I've never really clearly figured out what you're supposed to do with it, that I just need to Google, or to AI this weekend or a weekend and really study it, or the market on closing balance. I have a surface idea what I think that would mean, but I've never seen any kind of consistent reaction that I would expect. If there's a big sell imbalance, I would expect there to be buying into the close, because everybody's trying to get them up as high as they can to sell them, make as much profit on it as they could. Other way around for a short. For a sell imbalance, they'd run them up. Maybe the other way around. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. I got to think about it. Well, we're right back down at the bottom. And they haven't gotten the zero gamma to flop yet. They're sure hitting it hard. Oh, wow. I didn't realize I was doing that. That's pretty amazing. Oh. I didn't realize that. Okay. Now it pops way back up again. How that could be exactly, I don't know. Well, look how big that thing is. Wow. That is one hell of a... And getting bigger. 230,000 contracts. It was 145 last time we did that. 122,000. 222,000. My goodness. That's a lot. I did. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Maybe it's just that I'm just looking at the stream up above me, and it's just one like, which I did in the morning when I turn it on. But I've just funny. I think it's the highest viewer count I've ever seen. It's 103. It doesn't say likes and stuff over there in OBS. That's all it says. Concurrent. Click rate, concurrent, and views. A lot of people just come through and dance off. I guess they're searching for something and YouTube pushes it at them. I don't know. Got no clue. Yeah, I'm sure. And I know there's a lot of people that are just real guarded about it. And it's like a big deal, I think. I've seen other YouTube channels where people talk about that. But it is, it's not the point of why I'm doing this. So that would be nice, but I don't think you'd ever get anywhere with a full stream like this. The people that do it, first of all, the presenters, got their face in the camera and it's a 1 or 2 hour, a 1 hour video or something because of the attention span on the typical viewers or the, linger span, whatever you call it. Wow, look at that. And there for a second, they were right together. So, yeah, don't imagine that'll ever happen. Yeah, exactly. Just dripping along. Chinese water drip torture. I think the splatter thing is pretty interesting. How it's just been consistently moving down, but down to here and back and forth and all around. And I think that might make more sense to me than having the yellow line zoom around. Which is obviously, it's just a smoothed version of these, of this plot, I guess. Well, we're in the power hour. Are you feeling powerful? Did you feel the surge? I guess. I think it's just pure speculation, First of all, they were trying to get the market up there and get everybody on one side and then take them down, I guess. That's... yesterday was up, today's down. The market goes up to go down, it goes down to go up. Somebody actually said, I think it was that kid from, that young kid, the guy from you're saying is so smart from GEXMR. I think I saw he said, well, if this, then that. If this, then that. If not, then what? I think he actually said that. I'm not sure the exact complete quote like Tom uses, but that was pretty funny. So here was yesterday, and here's today. And here we are. big. A big selling tail. And a negative bar, closing on the lows. If we close down here. Am I in the right window? No, God darn it. Well, there was a lot of breaks in the action with Warsh and Trump, and that took most of the morning. There was a little news. Michigan and consumer confidence, I think. Where'd they go here? Yeah, PMI, Warsh, Michigan, payroll benchmarks. I thought they would go lower, actually. Boy, that was one hell of a... You picked the absolute top there, Anton. Pretty cool. And like a dork, I said, well, this is a place I should go short. And then I didn't. And then... Oh, wait. 70 point. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. So all the shorts are all these people that have shorted in futures. Now here's one for you. We all know that the futures market is, yeah, that's it. Never mind. Zero sum. So whenever somebody wants to hedge, if you're trying to sell over here, if you're wanting to sell, they're buying. How does that figure into what's going on over here? I wonder how many other absolutely live trade futures trading rooms there are, and any that stream the whole day or the whole session. I don't know how to look that up. I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out how, but I wonder how many there are, especially that are like I religiously only trade live on stream, period. And yeah, curious. Not that it matters, but just curious. I used to laugh so hard when I was listening to that Trades by Matt guy. I think I told you the story. He would always be like $3,000 down, draw down, and all this kind of crap. And miraculously, the next morning, yeah, I'm up $1,000. I got back on the computer in the afternoon after the stream, and I made it all back and plus 1,000 and all this. Like, dude, do you suppose anybody believes that? I guess they do, because he's quite successful as far as influencer guy. I think he actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think he actually got interviewed by Risdom, which is not saying much. That guy was a slippery deal, or is, but he gets some fairly, Ed Thorpe and people like that on there that are, who I know to be legitimate. I don't know. I don't ever watch it, but I did see Matt being interviewed, going by on the YouTube thing once. Well, Matt, GEX positive's at the high, and is that right? Pretty close. Oh, no, hell no. Not even close. It's 40 now. What am I doing over here at 60? So what have we got? 40, 35, 11. This is a real handy idea here. It's better than nothing, I guess. 40, 35, and 11. That's good enough. I was quite encouraged that we had that thing and that it was supposed to work great to do a CSV, because all these are, when I push them to these line things, is just a CSV file, and it needs to be formatted right. But so I was quite encouraged that it was going to be able to do that, but there you go. Well, let's see. There's positive at 39. There's zero gamma at 35. And major negatives at 11 or 10. Wait a minute, they pinned price between two absorptions, 23 and 18. Ooh, where's 23 and 18? Oh, okay. I don't know how that figures into where zero GEX and the other stuff is, but yeah, it's obviously just chopping around down here in that, pretty much in that range that you're talking about, between those two puts. I would think that if they could get that, if they got it to zero, that's where nobody makes money, right? That's what you said yesterday. If it's at zero GEX, zero gamma, nobody's making any money. Everybody that bought calls wanting to be higher is not doing anything. It's max pain, actually, and everybody that wanted it to go lower is not making any money, if I understand that stuff right. So do you reckon they'll bring the zero gamma down to those price levels where price is trading now, or price up to that zero level. That's what I don't get. I'd like to have whatever they're smoking if that's what they're going to do, because I would never do that in a million flipping years. I mean, I'm not a swing guy, but, you know, talk about not getting any sleep. Ooh. That wouldn't work very good in my house. There's my 2 live trades for the day. I only trade live on stream. Fully recorded and graphed out by Bookmap, so there you are. If you're just lurking and passing through, welcome. Every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, until 1500. Be here, be square, you know? Be there, be square. You put a little plug in there for the clickers. Well, now price is looking like it wants to do something, but damn, I don't know. I tell you, this price is hardly moving. I thought my stuff was frozen up there for a second, but it is, you know, quivering. Maybe Tom's getting ready to put on a short squeeze to the top, huh? I bet that's it. Oops. Sorry about that. I'm surprised this is working. Last time it had a big problem too. I think I'll let it run and see if it. They freighted enough of them down here to get the POC to shift right down to the value area low, pretty much. On Bookmap. Oh, and on IRT also. If I'm not mistaken, there's a little red guy hiding back over here. Yeah, there you go. But this story, this has got me confused. Oh, here we go. Prices now, it's pop finally came through that thing and it's looking north. Not by a hell of a lot, but at least some. And I'm not going to even be remotely into trading anything over here. I wonder if any of the... I haven't even looked at this stuff today. Nothing happened over here, and that's what I figured. Get rid of Al Brooks. Oh, wait, I want that back on there. Right. That's the weekly volume profile right here. No trades. No surprise. There are no calls to drive price up. Yeah, probably. But that's I was understood that the Tudo Fudido line was a zero GEX. So obviously I've got some reading to do here. Because if you bought calls, you're screwed right there. If you sold puts or if you bought puts, you're screwed right there. That's the max pain, the zero gamma, right? Are wrong. Tudo Fudido. Portuguese. Where's Antonio? I haven't seen him for a while. I hope he's okay. So yeah, I would expect it. But how that figures in with the hedging story, that's another one I don't know. Well, a bunch of calls got bought there, right there. Holy smokes. So they sold those calls, but they're in negative. So they should buy the futures, right? Negative regime. No, volume's light. That's what I thought I was showing you. Maybe I was not. Oh, well, hush my mouth. It was in the 70s when I looked the last time, but it's 114% for this time of day. But only a 1.75 ATR on a 1 minute candle. I really want to figure out this market on close thing. Supposedly there's a few people that have figured out how to trade that, and it may, I can appreciate that there is some opportunity or could be there, or in equity or imbalance, because literally billions of dollars are squaring off, from the big shots in that period of time. But I just don't know how to play it, or how the market on close imbalance numbers affect it. How to look at them. Well, I hope Magic had his stop somewhere and didn't get stopped out, and that he's going to come back to a tidy sum. That's good for him. Good for him. Oh, calls are gone. Boom, boom. Poof. Poof. Green dots. Green dots. The Green Hornet. And price is coming up. Sure as the world. I wish I was well in the money. I'd throw one out. Well, now it's probably late, but I'd say I'd throw one on, targeting this, what we saw last week or last night, or yesterday, when it just comes up here right around there, right at the max pain area. Well, we're coming into the clubhouse turn here pretty quick. If I can do this and what happens. Oh, look at there. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that view. I'm not sure that works, but I guess it centers the ladder and centers everything else. You can see the price pretty easy that way. Yeah, it's 10 points. Well, here they come. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't get along. Well, this is pretty fun to watch, I'll tell you. It seems like there's a potential here that makes sense to me, which is not an everyday occurrence. But yeah. Wow, 113 views. That's pretty crazy. $33. Let's see if I've got these even close. $35. That's close. Ooh, $41. That's also close. And $11. Yeah. So here we are. Boom, boom, boom. And price needs to boom up here. Is that correct? Well, this is not 39. It's actually, oh, zero's down here. Yeah, okay. Well, let's hope they rally it right into the zero flex or zero GEX for or zero gamma for Young Magic. Yeah, if you sell calls, that's correct. Same way was if you sell puts, you expect the price to go up. But most of the options isn't most of the I don't know, maybe selling puts and calls for the premium is the larger part of the market. I don't know. I was thinking it was buying. Because if you buy a call, you're expecting it to go up. And the dealer would be short the position in long futures. Short the option and hedge with long futures. And now theta is just rocking and rolling, you know. So these options are now, even if price went your direction, you're going to end up with nothing, right? Pretty much. Well, they've got about 6 points spread there. I guess it's like a bit of a recap, and it's the weekly version. There's today's action. Pretty incredible. 2 nice trades. One called out for me by Anton. That was great. Everybody's gotten into the Discord room. That's also great. Market. This is the Gamma GEXMR tool, classic version. Just watching the close is really interesting. And IRT. There's the day. There's yesterday, and here's today. Zipper. Boom, boom, boom. Why this boom? I have no clue. As Anton pointed out earlier, not really any real news or anything to move this around. You see the big run up over here in the micro composite chart. It's just a big selling tail. They ran it up here and buyer said, I don't think so. And down they came. Sellers, I'm saying, sorry. And it's going to close negative. We're right down here on the bottom. Right there. These are the micros. Minis, I think, not much different. No difference, right? Just a different contract. A million contracts. Yeah, I remember yesterday we're at 700,000. Million contracts traded so far on the micro. All right. And the GEX. Oh, now here we go. So they're bringing zero gamma right down on the top of their heads, huh? Wow, look at that. Jesus. 40 handles. That's pretty crazy. let's look at the let's look at next week. Going to have non-farm payroll Friday, that's for sure. Monday, Chicago PMI. Tuesday, Glow S&P PMI, ISM PMI. Jolts, big day. Wednesday, non-farm employment change for August. Thursday, jobless initial, non-farm productivity. Global S&P PMIs. ISM manufacturing PMI. And Friday, boom, 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 non-farm payrolls. And then I think earnings is pretty much shot its wad. I think. Oh yeah. Normally this takes about 5 scrolls of my mouse to get through one day. So Broadcom though, here's a more normal one on Wednesday. And yeah. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter for wherever you are. And if you don't know what a particular event is or something, you notice the event title turns into here we go with this crap again. Jesus. I get these things. I have to go take out the cookie. It's so irritating. Anyway, this is Financial Juice. They do bring in non-typically economic stuff like these Trump things. And this is where we're going to have the market on close and balance. So we'll see those. That's every trading day at 1450. So let's watch this some more. This is interesting. Oh, look at here. They got pretty darn close. So they're just choking it down. Absolutely. They got it down to 30 now and price is up to 23. So I don't know how much of this market is selling of those options. I think I heard something that most of the stuff they're looking at is buying. I'm probably wrong, but that would probably make sense, I guess. Maybe. Maybe not. So 31 and 24, there are 6 handles off. There are 7. And we'll have the market on close and balance in the 10 minutes. It's the weekend. Have a nice time. Have fun, but be safe and all those things. 116 views. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that watching that zero line cross thing is absolutely interesting. I agree with you completely. And the long, well understood, you know, when it gets to the max positive, sell it, and max negative. Now that wouldn't have worked out very good right here. For whatever reason, they went blasting out of here up at whatever time that is. Come on, 9:45 or something. But the rest of the time, it worked pretty cool. Ooh, look at there. 4 or 5 handles apart. So I guess what happened where I would have gone wrong with my thesis earlier was that price was not going to go up to the zero GEX. Zero GEX was coming, or zero gamma was coming down. That's obviously what happened. And look at how positive gamma jumped around all day. Boom, up, way up, down, back over here. Negative went all this time, one move down. Now it is back over here. Back up a little bit. Oh, sorry, it was up. It was down here early too. Just weird. There they are. They were right together there now. So that's max pain. That's like bend over, baby. Remain calm. I really wish this thing had a, I'll have to try to figure out a way to seamlessly and painlessly do the replays going back. The problem is I guess it doesn't really matter the price as long as it's just the function of crossing the zero, you know, and then trading that in replay at the same times on Bookmap. Well, there they are, right together, and 8 minutes left. Yeah, maximum pain. All the puts are losing money, and all the calls are losing money. If I have it figured out right. Everybody that bought a call wanted it to go up, and everybody that bought a put wanted it to go down. And on the other hand, the people that sold the puts, I guess these would be expiring worthless, right? So when they bring it to zero like that, the puts and calls would all be expiring worthless. So the people who sold premium would be in the money for their premium. It's the buyers that are getting hammered, right? That's the expected move. That's the expected move. And there's a pretty simple formula for that. I actually would do that on it was a site I had found somewhere that had it's based on the at the money option. Next day, I have to think about it, and I would plot them in IRT at one point. I don't know, a few months ago, a year ago. That's the expected move is what they call it. I don't know why they call it day, min, and max, but in options conversation, it's called the daily expected move. You know, I'm certainly not an options expert, but there you go. Well, there they are, right on top of each other. Or they were. Oh, no, I see we get some down bars over here. Excuse me. I was only seeing the blue guys. It'll interesting to see now what happens with this market on close deal. Oh boy. And that's based on the theory that I think it's one standard deviation either side of the middle of price, you know, so that it's got that probability of that's the, or maybe I don't know. I don't want to keep talking because I'm just talking out my ass. I mean, I've read about it and used to plot it. And I think it's based on, like everything in options, it's based on probability and math. And I think it's like a mean reversion thing. Is that what's the probability that price will get more than one standard deviation away from the at the money strikes? Seems like was the way it went. Wait a minute here now, let's see here. Look at those max GEX levels. Reflections. Max GEX. Are you talking about over here? Or right here, right now? What the hell? Why does it keep doing that? I'm just standing there. Jesus. Oh, IRT. Stop. Are you talking about up here, right? I think. So it's a down candle. When it closes, you go short and put your stop right there. I think is what you mean. Yeah. A similar idea for the zero line, except like here wouldn't have been very much fun. Well, now what do we have going on? Now they're pretty close, 26 and 23. There was the market on close imbalance. That's what this little folder all is. Market on close imbalance right there, big sweep. Absorption, 656 on the top side and 237 on the bottom side. A double absorption, I guess. And let's look. Okay, buy 2,267,000,000 NASDAQ or S&Ps. 22 billion? No, 2,235,000,000 buy-side NASDAQ. 752 million Dow. 1,046,000,000 buy-side Mag 7. Well, looky there. Now, huge buying on close imbalance, meaning there's more buying 2,267 more buy orders than sell orders. So if there were all these buy orders, wouldn't you think you'd want to take the price down, or no, go up, I guess, so that they had to pay more? I would think. I mean, oh, what's going on here? That I don't understand how to use it. Yeah. So market on close orders have to be executed. That's what that means. So if you've got 2 billion excess buy orders, I would think the logic would be to run the price up as high as you could get it before the close, so that you would get all that, because they got to buy them. Wouldn't that make sense? And we'll watch the close, and I can assure you it will not go running up. Or it doesn't seem like it ever does to me. Well, yeah, we've talked the zero line. Oh, the zero line. I was thinking of, yeah, but remember that the zero line is this fuzzy thing up here. Where it is now is just where it is trading because of over here. This, so when price crossed the zero line at 10-year time, 1147, it was here. I mean, that's something to remember. But yeah, I mean, when you look back at them, here you go going up. Here you go coming down. And it didn't work out as well, but what is it, 10 points? 47 to 30, yeah, 10 points. Well, isn't it cute? It's Fluffy. Hi, Fluffy. Well, Vietnam Fluffy girl. Can you tell me what one-day minimum max levels are on MQ? Okay, hold on. Maybe. If it still wants to talk to me over here, let's check. Chart. Whoa. S&Ps. Well, let's look at intraday. And end of day, no. The one-day max S&P, is it? No, it's the ES. 15 minutes delayed, okay. Is 77.86.65. And the minimum is minimum is 76.79.35. You can see that, right? So there's the max. And there's the minimum. Read my logic for zero line above. Ooh, wait a minute, where are we? Read my logic for zero line. Okay. At those max GEX level reflections, wait for the down candle to close, inner short. Yeah, but what do you mean? What I wasn't sure about here, I did read that. What are you talking about reflections? Are you talking about here? The lines where the max GEX had been, max being major positive? Or max GEX change over here? I think you're talking about right here, right? And or are you talking about, and then also the zero line, I think, which is this thing. Is that not what you're talking about? What I wasn't sure about was what the reflections, where is it? Max GEX level reflections. You're post at 248. So did you catch the max and min? There they are. Max and min. And it says it's the ES and it says it's today. Okay. Ooh, look at here. It's just about the weekend. Yahoo. Wait a minute here. Yeah, what I understand that when they cross long or short, and when it goes the other way, you can flip it. But what I'm trying to understand exactly is what you mean by max GEX reflections. I think you mean these, what used to be, what are called major positive and major negative. These, I think. So like, for example, when it comes down through here, it went short, you go short until it gets down here. When it went up, when it came through here, you get long. Then there is no place where we came through here. And none where we came through down here. So there are basically two of them. 1, 2, maybe 3. Right? These are the reflections you're talking about, these lines. Where it was, where the max positive, major positive, and major negative were, I think. Rejection. The word I saw is reflection, and that's what I wasn't understanding. Yeah, no problem at all. I didn't even think about that. I just was pretty sure what you were talking about was where we rejected these. You know, we came up through like on the high here where you shorted, where that max at around 77.82, where the major positive was, and you shorted it and it went down. And then the one where I didn't short it but talked about it. That's what you're talking. I'm sure that's what you're talking about, is it not? That's what I was thinking. And I really and the looks of the it looks like the ones where they pass through that Freddie guy makes a big deal out of don't trade on the yellow line here on the zero, because that's the diddling in the middle and all of that stuff. But boy, it sure looks like a valid plan to me. I agree with you. Yeah, dude, and we were so sorry that you didn't leave a button so we could lock in your profit over there. They just wound it down. Let me see. Yeah, they just kept price basically flat and brought the zero GEX and everything down and hammered everybody right there. But you cut a pretty fat hog in the ass today and last night in Asia, so I'm not too worried about you, Magic. Or you either. And Anton's, he's going shopping for a yacht tomorrow. He had such a big day. Test driving his new yacht. Yeah. I think it's a great idea. Wow, 132 views. That's amazing. Now, if they were all likes and subs, I'd be getting closer and closer to that goal. Oh, man. Well, I can tell you what I'm going to do. Since I've been standing here for 8 or 9 hours now. Yeah, I think so. Oh, I'm gonna try to do both of those deals at some point in the weekend. And you have a great weekend too. Don't get, chasing those topless bathing suit gals around there in Key Biscayne. There's lots of dangerous cougars out there you got to watch for. Magic, have yourself a sweet California summer day. I'm going to go jump to the shower and whatnot, and then come back and review all this stuff and keep the I'll keep the chat from the stream so I can go through Anton's suggestions, which I think I have pretty well in my mind as well, and see if I can work out the replay story. But yeah, thanks a lot. Great training, you guys, and have a great weekend. I'm also going to give some real thought to switching programs. I just don't know how to go about doing that. I'm going to have to try to figure out what I can use to replace it. That IRT is just useless. Except that it pushes those, it does what I really use it to do, which is push the session prices, but I couldn't possibly use it to trade from if I wanted to. I can use it to back test and do those things, but, you know, that's for sure. No question about that. And I'm really excited, encouraged, let's put it that way, about this, this whole idea. Absolutely. Guys, have a great weekend. It's been an honor, been a pleasure. Assuming I'm still, at 133. We're still getting views. I can't believe it. That's pretty funny. There's all dancing gals. We'd be in we'd be in pretty good shape. I am going to kill the stream at this point. You guys have a great weekend. Remember, this is Risk Neutral Trading. It's my live trading journal. We only trade live on the live stream, 2 trades here, and never any replay or rear view mirror stuff. Live, verified, plotted trades in the live market. Now, it's not my way or the highway. This is a collaboration to try to improve mine and anyone else's trading business that's part of this group. So I stream every trading day starting at 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time through the entire cash market. Do the first half hours pre-market and set up the the statistics together and set everything up. So there you go. And if I have the potential to take trades in the Globex, for example, then I schedule a live stream and bring up the live stream first so that no trade is ever taken off the live stream. Well, there you go. 135 views while I'm standing here talking. Amazing. Like and subscribe if you're just passing through. Hit the bell. Positive trading results every day using gamma exposure from GEXMR, Bookmap for an execution platform, and IRT for background charting at the moment. So thanks for coming by. I really do appreciate it. Remember that work-life balance is really important. Get away from the screens, rest your eyes, do something healthy, clear your mind, be well rested, well hydrated. Don't be on emotional tilt when you come back to your trading desk. And have a great weekend. Great, safe weekend wherever in the world you are. And thanks for coming by. Remember, like and subscribe would be an honor. I appreciate it. I'm only in this YouTube for the likes and subs, so